So I guess we should come to grips with what our current options are. I believe when last we left our intrepid hero, we were doing things in the middle of the forest. I climbed a tree in order to look at places and found some fruit. Fruit's good. You're playing on hard mode now? Fair enough, fair enough. In addition to snakes known, what weaknesses are known? So we know the weakness for the snake that we've killed. We don't know the weakness for either of these two snakes. We know that the fire snake is following us, and we also know that the fire snake is weak to sand. So that is the information we have at the moment. The moon snake was weak to fire, so we fireballed the heck out of the moon snake, and that worked out pretty well. So I guess we need to find a... I wonder if, like, if the chain of weaknesses just goes around the circle. So, we know, like, the moon snake is weak to fire. We know that the fire snake is weak to sand. Is there a sand snake? Is the sand snake weak to moon? I don't know how I apply moon to things. Very confused about we keep talking about... Oh, no. Someday, Senna, someday you will have to enlighten Inkling about the wonder that is Desert Trek. That was, I don't even think it's a good game. It's just what we had at the time. So, played a lot of Desert Trek. Oh, man, the things we sunk time into when we were young. Alright, so I think the plan here... I should stream it? Oh, God. I don't know that that would fill a full stream at this point in my life. I don't know that I actually want to play that much Desert Trek. I have so much gold. I think I have thrown a coin down every well, but I also think I have rewound past that. So, I may have thrown a coin to see what would happen, but then I've also kept my coins, because I am a very powerful sorcerer. Hello, Icarus. Welcome. So I think the plan, let's talk about the plan. So in addition to whatever else may be going on, we need to talk to more people about snakes. We need to learn about snakes. I'm worried that we may need to talk to people in the present about snakes rather than only talking to people in the past. Because I noticed over here, I'm doing my best to stay in the past as much as possible. And there's definitely areas that, like, could be the present that we haven't done anything in, right? Like, we never looked at the present version of this village, which is presumably just demolished. We never looked at the present version of this statue, which, I mean, given that it's a statue of a god, may very well be the same in the present as it is in the past. And then, like, we never went over here. There's a lot of places that we could have gone and didn't. A lot of places that we kind of just skipped by or never really took a closer look at. Like, there's this, like, hut up here. I have no idea what the deal with that is. But it's a way down into this area that's very different from the way down that I took, which was literally sliding down the steepest mountainside I could find. So we might need to be a bit more thorough about talking to people. But in the meantime... the goal is to get to all of the towers, because I like the idea of just unlocking all of the fast travel points. That seems like a good call. So we're going for this tower. That is our next goal. Once we've gotten that tower into the tower fast travel network, then we'll head down to this tower. Solarian Scarab of Ra. Oh my god, Scarab of Ra was good. I really liked Scarab of Ra. I think that was one of the earliest roguelikes I ever played. I don't know if I played Rogue before Scarab of Ra. I actually don't remember, like, what my my timeline is for when I played which game. I think I actually ended up playing NetHack before I ever played Rogue. That might be true. No. I played Rogue when I was very tiny. I remember my mom worked at Apple at the time, and there was like a Mac port of Rogue that I played. Like, I went to her office and played on her computer or something. Or maybe there was like a public computer that just had Rogue on it for whatever reason. I don't remember. But yeah, I think Scarab of Ra was my first actual introduction to the idea of roguelikes. Escape Velocity would still be a great streaming game. I am unsure about that. Rogue on Steam as a roguelike. Yup. Yup. The fascinating thing is if you search for roguelikes, Rogue is like 7th on the list. There's like so many other hits before Rogue if you're searching for roguelike, and that's really that is something. That's a lot. I have been to the Halls of Vlada. Where were the Halls of Vlada? Oh, that was in what's it? In Kare. Everybody should go to the Halls of Vlada. It's a good time. Elite Dangerous is just Space Trucker Simulator. That's about right. That sounds about right. All right, so we should get this moving. We should actually try to accomplish some sort of goal here. So given that my goal is to end up down here, I think I'm going to go south here, and we're going to see what happens. What unfortunate fate befalls us as we explore the forest. You walk on between the trees. Night falls. You need to rest. Probably. The forest by night is a terrifying place, full of strange noises and shifting shadows. You are certain something is following you, but when you turn, there is nothing there. You change gods like clothes. Dang. No, I've stuck to a theme. I mean, I've generally stuck to a particular play style, right? Like a particular role play style, rather. Like, my character just does things in a particular way. So, I think that's why I have landed on one of these gods and just kind of stuck to it. There was a bunch of shifting around at the very beginning, right? Like, the first couple of actions was like swapping a god every other action. And then we eventually landed on gorilla, and we've just stuck with gorilla. There was a brief foray into ape, but, yeah, gorilla now. So we could stop and look, but why bother looking around when I can cast Sus? Tell me what is going on. Reveal to me the secrets of the world. What is Sus? You weave the spell and the steady voice begins to speak to you. This part of the forest is thick with snatacats, the voice informs you. They are invisible unless they have their eyes open, but their sense of smell is good enough to track you down. I see. Well then, we might have to fight some, invisible snatacats. Stop and look doesn't seem to be useful if the cats are invisible. So, we know that something is here. I guess we could just, like, toss fireballs at empty space, right? You are certain something is following you, but when you turn, there is nothing there. That just means they're invisible. That doesn't mean anything in particular. Stop and look doesn't seem like it'll be helpful. We could cast a different spell, right? And throw fireballs at it. What are the other spells that are available? Actually. What else could we do here? We have Force Field. We have Yaz? Invisibility. Ooh, that would not help if we were being tracked by smell. Also, I don't have a Pearl Ring. We can cast Featherfall, which seems remarkably unhelpful. And we can cast Sun, which, again, bright lights doesn't help us against a thing that is invisible and has their eyes closed. So really none of this is useful unless I want to cast Force Field. And I don't. You pick up your pace. If you walk for long enough, after all, the sun will rise. Something massive looms between the trees south of here. You continue to walk through the dark. Excuse me? I have a new clue. What is the new clue? Snatacats are invisible! I know that. The chef told me that. Why is that a clue now? Baffling. Well, keep on going. You follow what might be a path and might be an old river through the trees of the forest. The moon rises, filling the world with thin, silver light. You are standing in the shadow of some colossal stone structure that rises up from the trees and disappears into the sky. You stride on. It's a bridge! I know what it is! Why would... Colossal stone structure? Like I've never seen a bridge before. Give me a break. Hello? We have a map for this area? Things rustle in the branches all around. The moon moves slowly across the sky like a lidless eye. You emerge into something of a clearing with a stone pillar at its heart. Not a tower, but one leg of an enormous arch. Who could have built such an incredible thing? And how long ago was it done? Beneath the bridge. Oh, okay, good. It does finally identify that the thing I am near is a bridge. Thank you. Thank you for understanding. It is a big bridge. Is it time for a battle? Shall we have a battle at the big bridge? The trees are thinner, replaced by climbing weeds and shrubs that grow in and around the broken stones of the bridge. You make your way to a point where the path splits. Look around. Always look. Always engage. You crane your neck back to look at the stone pillar. It is made of bricks, each one a normal size, but thousands upon thousands in number. They climb up into the air in a stack no wider than a tree, but 3 times taller than the tallest in the forest. Continue looking. When the choice is look or not look, I can let you know right now, I'm gonna be looking at things. Then, almost beyond what you can see, the stone begins to form a curve, branching into the beginning of an arch. But the rest of the arch is crumbled into ruin, and this single leg is all that remains. I think it's probably a good idea to rest. We should do resting. We should do resting as opposed to not resting. You settle down in a hollow by the base of the towering, overgrown arch. It is good to have stone at your back. You will sleep soundly here. Laying your pack down by the roots of a tree, you try to settle despite the cold. Thankfully, you're not hungry. I don't need to eat. It's all good. As long as we don't get attacked by snaticats. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You seem guarded here, and you do not dream. Nice. Oh, Lunatic Fringe was fun. Lunatic Fringe was pretty good. You gained 1 provision, reached the Forest of Snatta, which contains the Snattacatas, and you defeated the Moon Serpent, the first of the 7 serpents. I sure did all of those things. You pick up your pack and get to your feet once more. The morning sun makes the stones of the bridge shimmer slightly. The pillar might be climbable. Otherwise, several paths lead into the trees. Climbable, eh? Climb the pillar. We don't want to head north. We're heading south, or we're climbing the pillar. Do I want to climb the pillar? How climbable is the pillar? This is good information to have. Intrigued, you approach one of the brick pillars to see if it might be climbable. Indeed, the stones are worn and filled with pock-marked holes and finger grips, but you cannot seem to manage the climb up while holding your sword. You'll have to unbuckle your blade if you want to climb up. I see. You unbuckle your weapon and leave them in a tidy pile at the foot of the pillar, covering them over with large leaves. Then you begin to climb. Oh no. I have to leave my weapons behind in order to do this? That seems like a poor choice. The going is tough, and once you start, you begin to understand quite how tall the stone pillar is. You've barely reached the forest canopy when you need to stop for breath, and at the same time, you're not even a third of the way to the top of the arch. Yeah, the art is weird here. This is going to cost me a lot of stamina, and it's hard to believe that we'll actually gain some good value from doing this. I think maybe I come back here and try this again later, after I've unlocked the tower in this area. Slowly, painstakingly, you make your way back down and retrieve your weapon. There are several directions in which you could continue. Climb first, then rewind, I guess. Just to gain information. That is a thing I have done in the past. Alright, I guess I'm not mad about it. Behold the power of rewinds. You keep climbing. After 5 more minutes, your arms are aching with the effort, but you have an incredible view across the forest. It fills this basin, from the mountains in the east to those in west, its canopy so tightly self-entwined it is almost like a sea. The top of the bridge is still some distance above you. You climb even higher, until your arms begin to scream with pain. You're so high up now that to drop would not simply be fatal, it would be enough to bury you 6 feet into the earth. Before your arms give out, you swing yourself onto one of the bridge's levels to rest. Inside the bridge. This is a lower roadway, 1 layer down from the top of the bridge. Perhaps this was used for servants or goods trucks, when the road above was for nobles. At any rate, there seem to be no stairs or ramps to the higher level, but the view is incredible. Look at things. Looking down into the forest, you can make out a tower through the treetops to the southeast. Brass shines from its top. Looking southwest, you see a flash of fire through the trees, squirming and moving in a curious way. What? Excuse me? And to the northeast, you see curling smoke rising, as though from a chimney stack, though you cannot see a house. The wind blasts through the arches for a moment, making a fluting, moaning sound. What? What? Northeast smoke? Huh. Huh. Southwest. Flash of fire through the trees. Here. Southwest. Here. Somewhere here, fire. Okay. And to the northeast, you see curling smoke rising. Northeast. So this area? The one that we refused to visit? Fascinating. Look at the eastern mountains. Turning your eyes to the eastern mountains, you spy the end of the bridge, jutting a short way over the valley, and beyond it you catch the flash of water. Lake Ilklala. Somehow, then, you must climb those summits if you mean to continue your journey. Something rustles in the weeds nearby. It's going to take my sword. You approach the bushes, then freeze. A pair of eyes is staring back. Do I even have those things? Items. Weapons. I have the silver sword. I don't have my regular sword. Apparently keeping the silver sword on me, no problem. Regular sword must unbuckle. You listen intently. Something is crawling on its belly towards you, trying to stay hidden. Whatever is lurking there, it is crawling closer. Thankfully, despite your lack of a sword, you are not totally defenseless. You pull the short sword from your pack and attack! The creature is so surprised it leaps backwards, and a sudden shift in the light causes the bridge to disappear for just a moment. The creature in the bushes shrieks! The voice is human. Excuse me? Is it Flanker? Purrs the figure? Probably not. My apologies for attacking you, you say hastily. Now if I recognize that voice, replies the figure crouched in the bushes, then it was not the first time. You go over to the bushes and spread them apart with one arm. Lying, a shadow inside shadow, is a human figure on its front. It looks up at you with eyes just visible through a cloth mask. Now there, purrs the figure, is a face I have not forgotten. It is Flanker! What the balls? This dude is everywhere! How did you get here? The assassin jumps ably to his feet and then brushes himself down. Well met. What are you doing here? I am making my way to High Zamin, Flanker replies, where I am needed. You can see the wilds of the Backlands have been harsh on the assassin. His eyes burn with a hollow fire. What do you know of the 7 serpents, you ask? I know nothing of the serpents. Nothing at all. My path is to avoid those serpents. They do not hunt me, and I do not seek them. I've already begun to destroy them. Then the ones that remain will be more certain to find you and swallow you whole. I see. Why are you needed in High Zamin? I was set to my mission many weeks ago. The goddess demands it. I go where my blade is needed. Will you travel with me? I mean, the answer, by all rights, should be no, right? The serpents have their eyes on me, and Flanker does not want to attract the attention of the serpents. But I figure it doesn't hurt to ask. Yup. Alright. Yeah, that's correct. Will you travel with me, you ask? I will not. Flanker shakes his head. You are the target of the Archmage. You have the most powerful enemy in the land. He grimaces. Annalander, I do not mean you ill, but time spent with you is most dangerous. Help me before you go. Remember, you are in my debt. Flanker considers a moment, then nods. In truth, I know something of your serpents. A black elf whom I killed for her supplies told me that the air serpent has a weak body when in its gaseous form. It may be true, it may not. I cannot be sure. With a final salute, 2 fingers drawn across the neck in the manner of his guild, Flanker straps his sword to his back and swings himself onto a pillar. With enviable speed, he scrambles up to the top of the bridge. The last you see of him is a figure in black, leaping away to the east. Well, that's good information. Is that a clue? When the air serpent leaves its body as a gas, its body is vulnerable. What does that mean? How is it vulnerable? Oh! We probably Fusro die when it's a gas. That sounds like a good thing to try. Alright, let's keep looking at things. I like looking at things. You pause to admire the arches holding up the layer above. Graceful giant stones, stacked with unerring precision. Whoever built this must have been 3 times the size of the largest hill giant, and yet as dexterous as a weaver. Scratched into the stone, you see a small insignia. The giant stone pillars cast long shadows. Show me the emblem. The emblem forms the shape of a jagged peak. You recognize it, of course, from your training. It is the jagged rocks of High Zamen, on which stands the fortress of the Archmage. These stones were set by Zamen magic then. It is said the Archmage is old, but surely not so old as to have overseen this. I think we climb higher. You look out at the side of the bridge for handholds to the top, but can find nothing that looks safe enough. It seems this is as high as you'll be able to climb. Birds wheel and turn between the stones above. You swing yourself back off the bridge onto the pillar. Your arms are somewhat rested, but quickly start to burn once more. You'll have to return quickly to the ground. I see. Something got updated. What got updated? What got updated? How do I even know? Oh, maybe this one? No? Why? I don't feel like any of them actually got updated. Alright, back to the ground. Did we just jump? What the hell? Slowly, painstakingly, you make your way back down and retrieve your weapon. There are several directions in which you could continue. Alright, that was useful, actually. Meeting Flanker was a good call. And I am happy to have obtained a hint. So this is worth keeping instead of rewinding for the stamina. Speaking of stamina, we don't pray often enough, so let's pray. I feel like I'm going to try and play a little fast and loose with prayer. Because, I just like that I'm just leaving prayer on the table for so long. Like, if I go the period of time that it would take for prayer to recover without praying, I have now wasted, what, 5 stamina? I get 5 stamina every time I pray? Like, that's a pretty big gain. That's a lot to just not take advantage of. The path winds tortuously through the forest. The day is likely to be clear, and will be hot once more. The smell of rotting leaf mulch fills your nostrils. Oh no, leaf mulch. I think we go up this way, because I think this is going to be the best way to get to the tower. You walk on between the trees. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. The forest path curves past the shore of a deep, flat pool. Absolutely forage for food. Wait, look. Looking at things first. The water extends away to the southeast, towards the dark shadows of the next range of mountains. It's not quite a lake, but large for a pool, and who knows how deep it is. On the far side, you see another stone tower. Food? You take a moment to forage through the nearby bushes for edible-looking plants. You find a couple of mushrooms and a handful of nuts. Will this kill me? Mushrooms seem dangerous. Like, I don't know what's a good mushroom. I don't know what's a bad mushroom. This all seems like a problem. I'll take the nuts. You put the nuts into your pack. They should serve for a meal. Try a mushroom. Dangerous. I mean, I do have time shenanigans. Might as well, right? You tear off one corner of the mushroom and put it onto your tongue. It tastes well enough. Really? Okay. Oh no! Oh no, we're about to be hallucinating. Great, great. Alright, let's play this out. Let's see what happens. You stuff the rest of the mushroom into your mouth. A moment later, you find the corners of your vision are popping and discoloring. It must be tiredness. Definitely drink some water. You go to drink some water and collapse face down in the pool. You feel unable to push yourself upright. Strange things happen as you begin to drown. Wow. Okay, this is remarkably descriptive. As you begin to drown, by the way. Strange shadowy creatures, bats perhaps, have removed the top of your head. One by one, they take out your memories, polish them, and organize them into a better pattern within your skull. But that is not all. Explosions are going off close by your ears, making you jump from side to side. Aren't we drowning? How am I jumping at all? The explosions match the rhythm of your heartbeat almost, but not quite precisely. You remember your mother, but she appears to have been a goldfish. A fat worm made of firecrackers seems to be crawling out of one of your eyes and crossing the bridge of your nose into your other eye. It leaves a slime trail of pink fire in its wake. The dreams coalesce. You are overcome by a vision of your future. You stand in a clearing halfway up a mountainside. In the middle of the clearing is a tombstone. You stand beside it with a vial of water in your hand. What is happening? You look down at the vial to see that it shimmers with a strange internal glow. You pour the water onto the earth, and it seeps down through the soil. There is magic in the air. Suddenly, something punches the earth below where you stand. You wait, and a moment later a skeletal hand erupts through the soil and grabs you around the ankle. Something is hauling itself up from the ground, using your leg for purchase. The vision fades. The trees shelter you from the early afternoon heat. You stagger up to your feet, head beating and stomach feeling wretched, to find you have thrown up while you were unconscious. Lucky that no animal's been attracted by the smell. Wow, bad trip. Fascinating. You quickly bathe your face and hands in the pool and get ready to move on. The water must be freezing cold, but if you had to swim, you could probably survive it. I can't suss, but I can how. I can... Oh, I can farsight. Anytime it'll let me farsight, I think I want to. You settle into a sitting position by the roots of a tree and take out the orb of crystal. Consulting the stars, you bind the magic, and suddenly you find yourself somewhere quite new. The world seems to disappear, replaced by a vision, a ring of tall, shadowy stones in a desolate waste. You stand at their center, holding above your head a long yellow feather, taken from some colossal bird. You are casting a spell of curious power. The spell begins to take hold, and the feather erupts into flame as though you held a fiery sword. The fire reaches down into your arm and into your bones, and you feel yourself swelling with great strength. The vision fades. The evening is drawing in. It will be night soon. Can I cast Farsight again? Your vision is suddenly overtaken by a strange sight. You are lying down to rest by a deep fissure in the earth. The water of a lake glitters in the near distance. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble. You jump up to your feet just as the rocks under your feet disappear down into the fissure. At first, it seems as though the ground is sinking. But then you realize something is rising up through the earth. Something with a forked tongue. The vision fades. The sun is all but gone. Soon it will be dark. Oh! It costs me time to cast Farsight. I see. Yeah, let's swim across the pool. All of my soft food has been ruined. Rewind. Let's not do that thing. Do I still want to go on an acid trip? It was fun. Sure. I mean, yeah, let's do it. Alright, I'm gonna rest this time instead of lying face down in the water. Explosions. Let's stand back. Interesting. Okay. Look across the water. Test the water. I do not want to swim across the pool. Do we just make a move? I mean, I want to get across the pool. I just don't want to swim. Well, I lose all my food regardless. Nope, I'm going to rewind one more time. Like, if this is how it's going to go, then I'll eat the food first. And I don't know if anything else, if I'm losing anything else, actually. Can I cast the spell to become giant? Maybe. I don't know what other spells I can cast, actually. I should take a look. It's too bad I don't have whatever it is, hover stone, is necessary to be able to hover. Then I could just float across the water. That would be nice. Deep pits. The dreams coalesce. Pour the water. Fascinating. Alright, what other spells can I cast besides Farsight? I can cast Far and I can cast How. We also have Zip and Zen. Yep, if only I had a jewel-studded medallion. Apparently I can defend myself with the power of Walk. And then we have How, Zip, Zen, Far, and Walk. Alright, well... we have now eaten. Gotta look across the water. I really can't just, like, walk all the way around? Shield equals boat? I don't think so. It's, like, attached to my arm, right? It's not just, like, a shield. It's, like, literally a, like, a buckler, I guess, that, like, attaches to my arm wherever I put the gold piece. I don't think it's, like, force field. I don't think it'll keep the water out. I guess I could look at the spellbook and see. Where is Walk? Did I skip it? I must have skipped it. Transform into an invisible metal shield, but the coin will be lost. Yeah, I don't think I could float with that. That seems unlikely. I mean, to be honest, most of the information I need for my spellbook I have separately. I made a spreadsheet with all the spell names and stuff in it. But... yeah. You don't need to know what spells are. You can just look at the stars. Spells will reveal themselves to you. Alright, we'll just swim. All your water damageable possessions have been ruined. Which is... I still have the pouch of sand. I still have the stone dust. So I don't think anything in here has been ruined, that I know of. My treasure is all fine. My other items are all fine. Are they? Oh, I had a scroll. I had the scroll from Analand. That's damaged and gone now. My magical items look okay, so I lost a ration by doing that. Alright, that's fine. That's probably fine. Oh, look at the little swim animation. Okay, cool, neat. You swim across the water and pull yourself up on the other shore. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. Nestled in a curve of the eastern cliffs is a stone tower. It is heavily overgrown with thorny branches, and its base is almost obscured by shrubs and tangled weeds. Looking at things. Looking up at the tower, it looks similar to the others you've seen. Yo! Thank you so much for the 28 months of continued support, Devonok. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Good to have you around. Live, die, repeat. Yeah, that's about right. Just because I've died doesn't mean I can't move on. Built from the same giant-sized blocks of stone, the only differences are the tree branches that spill out through cracks in the mortar, and the leaf canopy that erupts from the top. Cut through the branches? Good news? Bad news? Blunted the edge of my blade? Ooh. Maybe we don't do that. You heft your sword and cleave quickly through the branches that surround the base of the tower. The going is hard, and by the time you've cleared a path to the door, you have blunted the edge of your blade. Yep, we're rewinding this. I will instead try and make things hot. That seems like a better way of getting through. Edge of Tomorrow is such an underappreciated movie. I don't think I've seen it. Or if I have, I don't remember it. What spells are available to me? Can I make things hot? I might be able to make things hot. I can, in fact, make things hot. That's good. I could also make my sword extra sharp. That's another way through this. We can still cast Farsight. That's good. Groundhog Day meets Starship Troopers. Oh, that does sound good. I would watch that movie. You damaged your sword and forgot about it. Then, like, 5 hours, the game is like, do you want to fix that or not? And then Force Field. Okay. Well, this doesn't cost me stamina, so this seems like a good way to do it. It does use up some of my beeswax. I have enough stamina to spare. Let's just throw fire at it. Let's throw fire at my problems and see if that works. Consulting the stars, you bind the magic, creating a ball of flame between your hands. You hurl the fireball at the bushes surrounding the base of the tower. They ignite quickly into a violent inferno. The dry branches burn quickly away, leaving the door clear. Nice. Loosely based on a manga called All You Need Is Kill. What a title. Something seems to rustle and move just inside the tower door. Really? Is it more plants? There's a lot of tree happening here. You step up to the tower door and step into the shadows inside to be met by a soft, damp smell. I see. Need to pay money to rent it? That's a bummer. You step into the dark interior of the tower. Shadows loom from all sides, and though you can see nothing, there is the sense that something dominates the space. You hold back, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly, details filter in. You are standing at the base of a gigantic tree. By the girth, it must be at least 500 years old. A wooden staircase winds around the trunk and disappears into the canopy. The tree is wider than your outstretched arms and has thick branches and leaves despite the dark. Somewhere up above, you spy a metallic glint. Time to explore. Hey, Mershana, how's it going? Alright, well, up we go, I guess. You climb the spiraling wooden stairs, picking your way through and over branches. Someone has carved something into the bark of the tree here. Again, there's this, like, non-choice. Why would I not look at things? Ever. You regard the carving... Hello? Excuse me? You regard the carving with some interest. It is a triangle formed from 3 stars. A spell! Using your spellbook as a reference, you match the stars in the carving to those you know until you have the spell memorized. This is the SSS spell. I have not once in my life seen the middle character as a consonant instead of a vowel. Yo, Mershana, thank you so much for the 39 months of support. Welcome back to the adventuring party. Glad to have you around. Numbers go up? They sure do. All the time. So apparently hissing has been recorded in my spellbook. The staircase passes through a split in the trunk before it reaches the top. Tell me more about hiss. The spell enables the caster to force information from serpents. Wow, this is a big deal! What a big deal spell. I wonder why it's got this black background. It's the only one like that. No, it and Fog. Fog also has that black background. What is the deal with that? I've never cast Fog either. But it's got the same kind of thing. May only be cast in a closed room with no windows. Yup. I've learned Parcel Tongue, apparently. Fascinating. It feels like a big deal. On the other hand, I don't know when I could cast it. I've literally never been able to cast that spell right now. I have never seen an arrangement of stars that have any kind of consonant, let alone an S, in the middle position. You emerge onto a stone walkway built in a ring that allows the tree to grow through. Resting in its branches is a brass contraption, much like those you've already seen, its gears and bearing carefully enmeshed between the limbs of the tree. You push aside the branches to reach the big blue crystal at the base of the beacon, and the beam of light blossoms into life. There's a lot of alliteration here. I'm into it. Alright, so, what do we want to do over here? Ooh. This place was all water. It's a swamp, not a forest. Oh, fascinating. So I believe my eventual goal, the most obvious goal here. Oh, it's a triple S spell. I see, Spiffers. Yeah. It's the hardest kind of spell. My eventual goal is to use this tower to make this side of the bridge usable. And then I can use that tower over there to make the other side of the bridge navigable. And then I can just walk across the bridge. I don't know if that's my current goal, but it is my eventual goal. The Visklami Swamp. I see. And then there's swampy stuff over here. And I don't know what this is, but that might be a tower. It looks the same both in current time and in previous time. And I have it on good authority that the snakes will only harass me in the present. Except for this snake, which is the snake of time, and exists regardless of the time. Okay. Yes, Icarus, I suppose I will cross that bridge when I get to it. Tinpang. This doesn't look all that different. But presumably it is different. And then there's just like swamp. All kinds of swamp. I do want to go down here and activate this other tower, though. That is a thing I definitely want to do. I wonder how navigable this swamp is. Like, should I make it be swamp or should I make it be like forest and desert? Where do I want to leave this aiming while I'm doing this? How does this affect my ability to navigate the area? Do I just want to leave it on the bridge? That doesn't quite feel right. Feels like there's other things I should be doing with this tower before I leave it on the bridge. Am I the ogre or the donkey? Interesting. I can actually hit, like, the far side with this if I wanted. So I could use this to, like... turn this bridge on, for example. So it looks like there are constructs in the present that aren't there in the past over here. That's very interesting. So I actually want to leave those as they are, because what's in the past is just empty space. So maybe we do just leave this pointing at the bridge. I don't really know what else I want to do with it. The cylinder moves easily, and though the focus is initially sticky, after a few twists and turns, you get its light to shine brightly across the landscape. Things shift and morph as the light moves. Once more, you feel a great rush of wellness from using the beacon. You push to the edge of the tower and peer through the leaves. Looking west, the sharp mountains rise almost immediately, obscuring the view. The forest grows in all other directions until its southern edge, where the land becomes a dusty plain once more. The sight of the towering horns of Ilklala sinks your heart a little. They are sharp peaks, scoured by rains and wind, and are most likely quite impassable to all but the strongest of birds. Rising above the tree line is a looming shadow. The bridge, now mostly rebuilt thanks to the shimmering beacon light. It stands like a wall, splitting the valley in two, impossibly high, with its upper roadway lost in clouds. Whoever built this must have been a giant, a magician, or more likely both. You lower your eyes from the view once more. You wind your way down the steps. Do I want to explore more, or do I just want to cross the bridge? I feel like I want to explore more. I feel like there's a lot more to explore. I feel like there's so much to do here. We can still cast Far here, so I probably should take advantage of the future, of the stars, and try to see the future. Casting a spell of curious power. We tried to see what happens if I drop the feather. As the spell builds, you panic and release the feather. Slowly, it flutters to the ground, but as it does so, the spell of this strange place takes hold. The feather erupts into vivid flame, and you shield your eyes. I'm gonna cast it again. We'll just spend the night here. That's fine. As I gaze into the crystal ball. Your vision is suddenly overtaken by a strange sight. Lying down to rest by a deep fissure in the earth. The water of a lake glitters in the near distance. Look about to see the rocks either side sliding into the fissure. So this is a, what? The Serpent of Earth? Coming to attack. By a deep fissure in the earth, the water of a lake glitters in the near distance. Deep fissure in the earth. This, maybe? Earth snake? Here-ish? There's a lot of serpents near the end, huh? I'm glad they're all so patiently waiting for me to get over there and hang out with them. Alright, more Farsight. Is this not a suitable spot to sleep? Can we not just sleep in the tower? Show me visions. You sit cross-legged by the root of a tree and put your palms on the orb of crystal. Reaching up to the constellations above, you create the spell, and everything changes. Colors and images swirl around and into you, a wide lake across which a boatman moves with silent oar strokes. You watch the surface of the lake, the ripples of the oar strokes moving outwards across the still water. It seems a peaceful spot. You watch in silence. There is sudden movement on the lake as a fish leaps from the surface of the water. The boatman flicks out a long, forked, inhuman tongue, snatches the fish, and swallows it whole. This is not the kind of boatman I was expecting, freely admitted. The vision fades. The stars turn in the sky overhead. Farsight forever. When does it stop me from casting Farsight? When do we do other things than cast Farsight? You're overcome by a vision of your future, an endless mountain path curling up between high cliffs. The cawing of eagles echoes overhead. Alright, this is starting to become less useful. I guess leave. Ran out of provisions, met flanker once more, and found one new clue. Pretty terrible day. There was only one way back, across the pool. Well, okay then. You splash through the water, but after a while it seems to dry up, leaving only dry rock. You make your way easily to the other side. In all directions, the forest has been replaced by marsh, except for here, a small bald plain of rock. A little way to the southeast, at least, the stone tower still rises, though it is dwarfed by the violet mountains behind. So I think my goal is just to get to the next tower, right? Although we should swing by this area and see if there's anything cool happening here. So let's just head south. Oh, that's just back to the tower. No, that's not what I want. I guess we have to go west, back into the forest, and then head down the path. You wade on through the marsh, which changes to firmer earth beneath your feet. Trees grow up around you, and suddenly you find yourself in the forest once more. In the distance, the sun breaks over the horizon. You've been awake all night and are weaker for it. Oh no, my stamina's! The trees are alive with movement. You trace what might be a path, and might be an old river, through the trees of the forest. It is hot now. You are starting to sweat under your cloak. Underneath, the earth has been churned to mud, and you notice the branches either side of this route are broken. Look at stuff! You check the stem of one of the broken branches. It has not been cut with a blade, but rather it has been torn apart, as though by something stampeding through. Uh-huh. You pause to check the mud. Sure enough, you quickly find a sign. A paw print, at least twice the size of your palm. Uh-oh. We, stuck around for entirely too long. Now it's time for bear. I could law the bear. Can I rap with the bear? Can I yap with the bear? Can I Dr. Doolittle this thing? I can yap with the bear. Taking the wig from your pack, you wear it and form your spell. A clear message comes through as the spell takes effect. This bear wants food. Am I food? Do bears eat people? I feel like they kind of don't. They are omnivorous, though. I guess they'll eat almost anything. You draw your sword and approach the rearing creature. Well, that's true. I don't have food to throw at it, because I ran out of rations. Otherwise, I could have thrown my nuts. Bear would have loved my nuts. Just defend? Do I swing for the rafters? Full tilt? Bear attack? Bear attack. Ah, bear defend. Bad news for me. Uh-oh. Now it's being attacky. The bear draws itself up to its full height, almost double yours, and opens its paws wide. Killing it quickly will be your best chance. You swing your sword in a mighty arc, but the wild bear, for all its growling, is clearly afraid of you. It holds back, staying out of reach of your blade. Alright, I'll full defend because it's standing up. Good choice. You can almost smell the creature growing enraged, and duck quickly behind a tree. Emitting a thunderous roar, the wild bear thumps forward, unleashing. For a moment, it is close enough that you can smell its terrible breath. You wretch. Ugh. Psychic damage. It rears back, claws raised. That bear should probably have twice the attack bar. It probably should. It's going to attack, but I don't know if this is like a full attack or... Let's try full attack and see if we can beat it. Oh. Apparently, it rearing back, claws raised is defensive. This is also defensive, presumably? You risk an attack. Rushing forward, you charge at the wild bear, but it has read your intention and drops in a crouch. Afraid of you, it stumbles away, tail whipped high. Oh. Okay then. Let's try small attack. Yep. Correct. Sidestepping, you slash out at the wild bear, but it knocks you aside with a paw. It grunts as it paces from you. It edges towards the tree line, tail up. What the hell does that mean? Defend, apparently. That's good to know. Ah, full height. We can't fight that. You remain hidden. Moving much faster than you might have expected, the wild bear rushes towards you, attacking with claws. You swing your arm and refresh your stance. It beats the ground with its thick foot. Okay. Beats the ground with its thick foot. Alright, big attack. Let's see if this is good. Cool. Big attack was good. The smell is getting worse. Splashing through the mud, you race into the wild bear, just as it reaches out to rears to attack you. Okay. Whatever you say. You cut its attack down. The bear emits a terrible, painful roar. The bear drops to all fours and roars. Is that also like big attack? It is an attack. Alright. 2 stamina lost I think is fine. Standing firm, you swing a mighty blow at the wild bear. Then your sword finds a soft place in the bear's body. It roars and tumbles to the ground, quite dead. Can I pray right now? I can. But it's overkill. I don't need that much praying. You sheath your sword and dust yourself down. A bear, however large, is not enough to stop you in your tracks. You have encountered death wraiths, and worse. It's true. Bears are scary, but not much at the end of the day. Things move in the canopy all around you. The sun has reached its highest point now. The hot sun is shaded by the trees all around. The path is narrow, and is probably an animal track rather than anything more established. You pause to look at the mud, and make out a series of paw prints, each about twice the size of your hand. They are most likely those of the bear you met around here earlier. Or of another bear. Maybe. The path winds tortuously through the forest. The afternoon is drawing on. You've reached the edge of the forest. Through the trees, you can see the level steps extending into the baking sunshine. Time to choose a direction. We'd never ran into any Snaticats, or maybe they just didn't want to attack me. Ugly villagers. Really? You head out across the steps. Slowly, the sun begins to make its way back down the sky. In front of you stretches another plain, more rock than dust this time, and built of layers and layers of stone stacked like scattered papers. These are the Clattaback Steppes, said to be the home of strange half-human, half-simian creatures. As you walk, you see a strange sight, a village of listing huts in the middle of an open space, with no walls or defenses at all. Ugly villagers, wow, what happened to me? Ugly villagers lope from tent to tent, dressed in animal skins. The men and women are strong and lanky, dressed in animal skins. By the gate, 2 creatures stand with hefty wooden clubs. Clattamen! Are they sus? How sus are they? Apparently too sus for me to be able to tell. We could try and make awful smells. We could ask how. We could Yaz, we could become invisible. We could grow a giant. NHYB. We could become big. What if we just go talk to them? A path leads into the village, or you could skirt past. No. We go into the village. None of these things are necessary. We don't need to do anything here. We can just walk into the village. I don't really feel like I need to try and intimidate them. Let's just, have some words with villagers. You approach the guards. They look at you with expressions you cannot read. You look them over. Perhaps they are in awe of you, but there is also a sly gleam in their eyes. Clatamen are quite literally subhuman, but they are still not immune to bribery and gifts. You nod in greeting. One of the Clatamen nods in reply and holds out his hand. The other Clatamen holds up 2 fingers. Can we talk? Can I rap with the Clatamen? Ah, now we have access to sus. Or I could become as God. We cannot rap. Wait, that was the wrong thing. R. We can rap. That's what I wanted. Removing the green wig, you pull it onto your head and complete the spell. But the Clatamen are not speaking, so there is no language for you to understand. Oh, but I can say things. What do you want, you ask. The Clatamen look at you without expressions. If they have understood you, they give no sign. I see. Do I have access to the fake treasure spell? Tell. God. Kid. That is the illusions one. Oh, but I don't have a bracelet of bone. We could sus. I like telepathy. I feel like telepathy is just as good as sus here. You cast the spell, pulling on the cloth skullcap as you do so. The thoughts of the first Clatamen filters into your mind, but they are as barren and empty as the steppes. It seems he has been standing out here for so many days he cannot remember what he is supposed to be doing. I see. I mean, I could give them 2 gold pieces. Show them my pack. What something else is an option? I guess I could sus them. We cannot ask how. Now K is available. Oh, K was always available. Okay, yeah, let's sus. Whatever. Let's just ask spells what to do. Always ask the stars. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, and a calm voice speaks into your thoughts. It tells you there is no particular danger here. Though Clatamen are aggressive and unruly, they are too stupid to mean you real harm. No thoughts, head empty. Okay. The voice fades once more. Why is draw my sword the only option? You draw your sword meaningfully. The Clatamen's eyes stay blurred and unfocused, as if they truly were dumb creatures with no knowledge of what you intend. The one with 2 fingers raised jerks them. Like... I don't understand. Push my way in? You shove the Clatamen on the left out of the way. He growls, but lets you pass. What the hell just happened? I absolutely do not understand what's going on. Alright, that's fine. I guess it doesn't matter. You step into the center of the village. By the fire, the large hut. You have to head over to the fire pit, but it is unlit during the day and there is no one here. Oh, okay. One hut is much larger than the others. Above its door is a sign depicting a picture of an awl and a hammer. It is amazing here anyone can draw, let alone perform crafts. Wow, rude. From inside, you can hear the sound of hammering. Peering in through the window, you see a Clataman working away at a bench. He moves with unusual delicacy for these creatures, his long, thin fingers carefully adjusting the positioning of whatever he's working on. You can't help noticing he has an unusually large skull. Ah, he's a big-brain Clataman. The Clataman looks up as you enter. He puts down the tiny hammer and pincers he has been using to repair a piece of fine jewelry, and tilts his head to regard you. These descriptions are uncomfortable. Yep. I agree. I agree. Subtle and not-so-subtle racism abounds. You greet him with a nod. He seems to understand this, and nods in reply. You step forward and look over his workbench, and he gestures with an open palm to let you look. The Clataman has a variety of fine tools, pincers, awls, spikes for scratching and etching, even a vice. He is clearly a master craftsman, despite his species. When you are finished, he steps forward to you, gesturing for your pack. Okay. You hold out your pack to him. He begins to rummage through, investigating everything with his long, supple hands, and occasionally pausing to scratch his bulging skull, as though his brain is itching at the sight of your gear. What? Then he digs around his bench before finally pulling a long metal shaft and a hooked metal grip. He pushes the two together, screwing and clamping with a strange hooked tool. After a short while, he produces what appears to be a well-weighted longsword and hands it to you. Well, okay. You accept the sword with a grateful nod. Can I ask him questions? Ah. They don't seem to care much about things. You try to ask him what he is doing, but he ignores the sounds coming from your mouth as if they were just the banging and ringing of his tools. It seems like he's carving jewelry from colored stones. They do not seem to be precious, or even beautiful, but the weird twisted shapes he is carving are complex and intricate, and remarkably precise. If I take a piece, is he going to be mad? Or is he going to be like, oh, you like my stuff, you can have some? If he's going to be mad, I'll rewind it. He's going to be mad. Okay. I'm just going to rewind that. I don't need to fight him here. We can go through the same motions. I will, I'll accept the sword with the thanks. And then leave. This is clearly some kind of Clataman Master Smith. You leave him to his work. So, what is this sword that I just got? Longsword +2! That's so many pluses! That's very exciting. Alright, I guess that is the entirety of this village. Unless we want to, like, come back here at night or something. When the fire is lit. The village has no walls. You slip between two huts and back out into the plains. Fascinating. Alright, let's go for this other thing. Let's go look at things. You march onwards, ascending and descending as the ground breaks and changes level. Clouds begin to tumble across the darkening sky. Soon it will be dark. A small patch of flowers grows here, just by a small rock. Flowers? Small black blooms. This is going to kill me, isn't it? The last time I saw black flowers, we were absolutely dead. Well, I do have the power to rewind time. You smell the flowers. They emit a rich, thick smell that makes you feel somewhat giddy. Still, you feel somewhat better for it. Smell the flowers again is absolutely a trap. We're done here. You continue on your way. You must reach Ilklala and the road to Lower Zaman. Every passing day brings danger. The road to Lower Zaman. Okay, this is my exit. This is my goal. I'm trying to get to here. Ah. Okay. That's good. I wasn't sure where I was going before, but now I know where I'm going. That's helpful. Alright, let's check out this thing. You walk on, climbing slightly across the dusty steps. The sun is almost set, and the sky has turned a deep purple. In the middle of the steps, you come across a strange sight. A wooden pole, as high as a tree, with nothing around it. It has no knots, handles, or holds of any kind. Nothing except a level platform right at the top. Clumps of yellow moss, much like the one you tried earlier, grow around the base of the pole. Take the moss. You gather up the handful of moss. It is much like the last bunch you ate. Cool. You stow the moss in your pack, but it quickly dries and crumbles to so much dust. No! Can't store moss! Should have eaten moss. You stop and look around, but can't make it much out across the contours of the plain. You might be able to see more from the top of the pole, of course. From somewhere nearby, you hear singing. Is it a siren? You concentrate and listen. There is definitely a voice singing somewhere close at hand. But there is no one anywhere in sight. The pole is set into a slight rise in the ground, and you can see in all directions. An invisible creature, perhaps? Why am I going to invisible creatures when there is a platform at the top of the pole? Like, clearly. Maybe they're sus. Are they sus? Apparently we can heal. We can big. We can huff. We can hover. And we can sus or sun. We'll sus. You move the starlight into order around you, and a quiet voice begins to speak to you. The voice informs you that this is a pole for a priest of Throff, who is fasting and contemplating the procession of the sun. He is likely to be quite mad. Ah. Huh. Do I think that means we'll need to fight? I don't think that means that he'll be necessarily aggressive. But even the mad might have information about serpents. Who's there? You demand, turning on the spot as you speak. Show yourself! A moment later, a shaggy face appears over the edge of the platform overhead. Who's that? It demands crabbily. Can't you hear I was doing the singing? The man shrugs. Yeah, for what? Nice to have some company, even if it does get in your way. He scratches his beard. A second or so later, a few lice shell husks rain down on you. Oh my. Are you fasting? You demand. Nah, he says. I'm not doing the fasting. I'm only not doing the eating. What I am doing is doing the singing. He is bawling every word. His throat must be sore by now. What can you see? You ask. The future and the past is one, the mystic calls back to you. Joining and separating, a ghost walking back and forth. None of us are quite when we believe ourselves to be. I've experienced this myself. Shut your face, hole! The man replies fiercely. I don't sit up this pole to learn what you muddlers can learn, crawling around the ground with your fat, full bellies. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted to learn more from him. We're rewinding. Misclick. And this time we get to eat the moss. Chew it. Look around. Listen. Call out. Bad Cockney accent. Simeon the Stylite. What a name. I take it that is some, like, actual historical reference. But, yeah, dude is, What are you doing up there? The singing, he answers. I sees you're dumb as well as deaf. Deaf and dumb, there's a pair. To demonstrate this, he raises both hands and waves them. All right, so this we did. He is, in fact, an actual historical reference. Okay, yeah, not surprised. I have experienced this myself. Be mad at me. I would like to learn more from you. The man does not reply, but leans away. However, a moment later, a hand appears over the side of the platform, and something falls to earth. It is a medallion. Is that for me? You're a sorcerer, aren't you? Come up! There's a pause. I hope you're a sorcerer, he adds. Otherwise I can't get down again. Take it. You take hold of the medallion. Nothing in particular happens. Come on then, the man says, gesturing at you. Then he disappears from view. Dust funnels across the empty plain. You turn the medallion over in your hands. It is jewel-studded and set on a loose chain. It is probably worth something. I have a jewel-studded medallion? Does that mean I can finally cast Zen? Indeed. You move the starlight into order around you, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You are now floating off the ground. To the north, mist rolls across the edge of the forest. You float up to the top of the pillar. The man shuffles aside to allow you to bob down, while taking back the jeweled medallion. So you are a sorcerer then, he declares. I thought so. Some dude in late Roman Syria who climbed a pillar to commune with God and never came down again. Became considered a holy man by society at large, was consulted by great people and commoners alike, hurled curses at the unworthy from his perch, and finally supposedly died in some odor of sanctity, all from the top of his pillar. Yep. Sounds like a pretty typical holy hermit, although I guess hermiting yourself in the middle of society by climbing a pole is maybe an unusual take. I might have been a thief, you reply. You might never have gotten your medallion back, he nods. That is true, though my sight assures me I will not need it. Still, I'd rather have it. He gestures around to the platform. Welcome to my little eyrie. Do you know of the 7 serpents? He nods. I see much from up here. I know of the winged beasts and their quest to devour you, grind your bones to dust, and then spit that dust into the cup of the king of Analand. Where can I find the serpents? They're looking to find you, Analander. Each is waiting for you. Some are hiding, some are not. One waits for you in the very depths of Lake Ilklala. He means to pick you off when you are at your weakest. He's underwater? He nods. If you must encounter him, I fear the only way would be to swim until he senses your tiredness. But that is a most foolish course. He pauses to scratch underneath his loincloth. So, he asks, do you like it up here? The view is superb. He shrugs. I do not see how a view can be superb. It's only looking, after all. As he speaks, you feel a weight gather about your shoulders as you settle down onto the platform. The spell is worn off. Can you tell me the serpent's weaknesses? He shakes his head. Those are most secret, but some, I think, can be guessed at. The serpent of water is destroyed by oil. Oh, well that's cool. We need to find some oil. But why are you on this pole, you ask? High from the world, I can see diagonally downwards onto the world, he replies. I can see through the layers of curse that affect this land. The whole place is unraveled like a poorly woven shoe. He demonstrates with his hands, balling them one over the other. Is that what a poorly woven shoe looks like? After a moment, he says more simply, From up here I can see. Yes, it's not surprising, Senna. From the forest to the north, the trees seem to part, and a gigantic bird lifts into view. Its talons gleam in the sunlight. You watch with horror as the bird swoops low. The priest screams! Then a moment later, he's gone, and the bird is flapping gently away. You are alone. What? What? Well, rest in peace, Simeon the Cockney accent. There is nothing on the platform, apart from a few stray spots of blood from where the winged creature's talons punctured the man's side, and the jeweled medallion. Well, that's one way to get a medallion. You take the medallion and sling it around your neck. If you're not mistaken, this probably explains how he got up the pole in the first place. Well, let's zen my way off, I guess. You weave the enchantment. The medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. You float down onto the pole's platform and cross your legs to contemplate the sun. A few meditative minutes go by, and you feel cleansed and well-rested. A moment later, you feel a great weight settle above your shoulders. It is your body weight returning. Your spell is evaporated, and you are now stuck at the top of this gigantic pole. In the distance, a dark speck appears above the forest. Alright, we're zenning again. We're getting off of this pole. This is a great pole, but, it does seem to be a bit, how you say, exposed? You float over the edge of the platform and lower yourself gently back down to the ground. Looking up once more, the top of the pole seems dizzyingly far away. You clutch your medallion with pride. Oh. That's the one we already knew about. Interesting. So now we know that Lake Iklala hides the water serpent, whose weakness is oil. Oil. Weird. He said their weaknesses can be guessed at, right? I would have guessed that the fire serpent's weakness was water, but apparently it's sand. Which also makes sense, right? You use sand to put out a fire. You can do that. I don't know how I would have guessed that the moon serpent's weakness was fire. I have no idea what the time serpent's weakness is. What is the counter to time? I'm not sure how you do that guessing that he seems to think we could be doing guessing at. You're back at the base of the pole. Move on. You leave the hole behind and strike out across the steps. Well, I want to head down here, but I guess we can go like around through here up to the tower. Seems fine. You keep moving, the ground dropping a little. Your weight returns to you, and you settle gradually back down to the ground. Another night begins. You need to rest. Do I? The featureless landscape offers little to attract your interest, but in the far distance you can make out the edge of a great forest. A chill wind sweeps across your path, making you shiver. Pull my cloak to find shelter? If there is a storm coming, it would be wise to find some kind of shelter before it breaks. As the rumbling grows in the air around you, you spy a suitable crevice in the rock. Oh, well, okay. You pelt for the rocky overhang and squeeze inside, drawing up your cloak as a cover. But though the skies darken, no rain falls. Instead, the wind picks up, changing into a swirling gale as though trying to scoop you from your hiding spot. You grab onto your belongings, keeping your pack underneath you as the wind rises. Stones begin to fly about, and several smash into you, leaving you stunned and reeling. My staminas! There is nothing else to be done. You sit, shivering and bleeding, and wait until the storm passes. When it finally does, the silence rings in your ears, almost as deafening. You get back to your feet. The steps are smooth and featureless once more, swept clean. You start walking once more. Then the toe of your boot catches something on the ground. Look down? Don't. You look down to see a long, deep scratch in the smooth rock of the step. It runs northeast to southwest for about 4 strides, and near one end you see another scratch leading away along at a slant to the first. Tell me more. You trace the scratches further, finding they make a V shape. Across the middle, a third horizontal scratch joins the two. These symbols were definitely not here before. So like an upside down A? A V shape with a line across the middle? The rock is scorched here, where it has been struck by lightning, perhaps? Keep looking. This feels important. You cannot stop now. You pace around the rock until you find another stroke in the dust to the left of the V. A single vertical bar. To the left of the V. So I have the V with a line across the middle and a line to the left of the V. You look above, searching all the way over to the edge of the rock shelf, but find nothing. You search beneath the V to the foot of the overhang where the next rock layer rises up, but find nothing but blasted dust and burnt weed. You look further left then. Stepping left, you find another vertical scratch. Up until now, you could still almost believe they were fissures in the rock caused by cracking ice, but what you find next dispels that notion. Besides the vertical slash is a short diagonal. Vertical slash, short diagonal, and above it, a sweeping semicircular curve. The arc is too perfect, too carefully drawn to be natural. It has been scratched deep into the stone by a powerful claw. Like a backward C with a slash? C with a slash, like a question mark? You search the rest of the flat expanse of stone, but find nothing more. Whatever carved this strange pattern left no more clues. Could it really have been the storm? You step back from the three carved symbols, but cannot make sense of them. On the far left is a vertical stroke, with the semicircle on its lower left, and a diagonal arm going up and left above. Oh, it's air, but upside down. The V, yeah, that's an R, right? So it's a line with a semicircle on the lower left and a diagonal arm going up and left above. Okay. The V is on the far side and the straight stroke in the middle. Yeah, it's the word air. Just upside down. Yep. There you go. Good job. Figured it out. You step around the carving to the other side and regard it from the other direction. Suddenly, the scratches resolve into meaning. They are letters, and you were looking at them from the wrong side, and they spell out a three-letter word. Air. Was this message left by the storm that crossed the rock? Or was the storm the air serpent himself? There's nothing more to be discovered here. You raise your eyes once more to the steps and your journey. I see. So I think we want to aim towards this thing. You fall into a steady pace as you walk, ascending and descending. The stars are flooding the sky. You march onwards, climbing slightly. A little light glows in the east. Something is visible in the distance to the south. Perhaps man-made, or perhaps a freak of nature carved from the rocks. But it resembles a low stone building. Freak of nature carved from the rocks. Just a naturally occurring stone building. You know how that is, right? There's a well! Oh, let's throw a gold piece down it. You skirt around the building and the bits of rubble that surround it. In the darkness, you have to feel your way forwards, trying not to trip over the ruins. Rest here? Okay. Wow. Well done, Ragnar. Yeah. Good job. You find a corner of old stone and settle down against it. Okay. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You toss and turn fitfully, your head on your backpack. You dream of a terrible smell and the grunting of some kind of wild dog nearby. Then you open your eyes, just in time to see a spiked wooden club raised above your face. Oh no. Roll left. You roll to your left as the club crashes into the ground where your head had been. You jump to your feet. 3 tall creatures with powerful arms and ugly faces surround you. They're Clatamen! Well, they seem kind of sus. But sus is not an option. I could kid them, except I don't have the thing. Zob? I didn't know Zob was a possible spell. I'm very curious. Unknown. Yeah, cast it. I don't know how to cast Zob. It's missing an item. Okay. So we just fight, I guess. Let's start with attacking harder than it can. He's gonna do a big fight, giving a grunt that sounds more animal than human. The Clataman lifts its club and stomps towards you, determined to win the encounter. There is no time for caution. You swing your sword for his neck as he tries to push you back with his great hand. Enraged by your attack, he beats his club against his palm, readying himself. Big fight! I made good choices. You lunge forwards again. Swinging heavily enough to part a tree trunk, you slash. Then your sword slips between the Clataman's ribs and he falls, gasping his last. Good. Good job, me. The next Clataman stomps forward, dragging his club behind him in the dust. Alright. Big fight. 7.1. Let's go. Enraged but wary. Giving a roar that sounds more animal than human, the Clataman raises its club and stomps towards you, determined to crack open your bones. There is no time for caution. You swing your sword for his neck as he tries to push you back with his great hand. It sounds familiar. Enraged but wary of you, he stomps the dust with one heel, growling. I don't know what that means. Probably a small attack? Not that small. You lunge forwards again. Moving swiftly, you aim towards his heart as the Clataman swings for your head. The Clataman stumbles suddenly. He is weakening. His dim-witted eyes are watching you closely, not wanting to take a risk. That sounds like a defense. Oh, not a defense. You attempt an attack, but it fails. The Clataman swings for you with its club. Your own weak thrust is knocked aside. I have no tell. Big fight! Alright, we can try that again. Nope, that sucks. Trying that again. No information. Sounds like this dude doesn't really want to defend, ever. Yep, we're gonna retry that. Mentally checked out the moment he got an attack bigger than mine. Small, very small. Enraged by your attack, he beats his club against his palm, readying himself. Okay, big fight. You strike again. With a blow that could cleave bone from bone, you skewer him. The Clataman is exposed, club raised, and cannot defend itself. The Clataman's eyes are bloodshot, and he is moving much slower now. Eh? Whew, barely. Alright, well, I'll take it. That worked. The third Clataman hangs back, concern written all over his stupid face. He begins to back away, clutching the amulet around his neck as if for protection. I want the amulet. But if you let him escape, he may bring others back with him. Whew! Giving a roar that curdles your blood, the Clataman raises its club and comes for you. There is no time for patience. You swing your sword for his neck as he throws his club with full force towards your skull. The Clataman stumbles suddenly. He's weakening! That actually feels like it's not good enough. It would have been good enough. Alright, I'll take the one stamina loss here. Search the bodies. What's the amulet? The rest seems worthless? Yeah, right. You search the bodies quickly, but find nothing exciting. One has a couple of gold pieces and the spine of a rat, while another has a pouch containing a weight of sand tied to the end of a stick, perhaps a weapon of some kind? The third has an amulet. You pocket the gold immediately, but the rest seems worthless. The amulet is more interesting. At its heart is a shimmering stone, a jewel of gold. We just take everything. You gently lower the rat spine into your pack along with a sand pouch. Then you take the amulet and pry the jewel from its center. There's nothing more to scavenge. You leave the foul creatures to rot and move a short distance away to find a patch of ground not soaked in blood. Then you roll over and attempt to go back to sleep. Change to using the longsword +2, gain some gold, enter the steps, found a new clue. Alright. We have, I want to see what I picked up. Other items. Rat spine. Loop. You tie the spine into a loop to fashion a bone bracelet. Yo, I can cast Kid now! Bracelet of bone. Okay. Well, that works. Jewel of gold. Clues we looked at. Weapons are unchanged. Good. Alright, can I cast a Zob now? Cast a spell. What is Zob? Oh, the stars have changed. Zob is no longer available. A shame. What about Apparently not. I could cast Pop. I could Featherfall. I could Sus. And I could Force Field. Okay. You get to your feet and look around. It seems you have spent the night at the foot of an old well. The well is an ancient mud brick structure. Jewel of gold is God? I think so, Ragnar. That sounds correct. If it once had a cover, it is long since rotted, but the metal winch handle is still in place, and an old bucket on a rope hangs from it. You haul the bucket over the side of the well and look into it. It is quite empty. Clearly this well has not been used for a very long time. With some effort, you get the handle of the well to turn and lower the bucket down into the well shaft. You lower the bucket all the way to the end of the rope. There is no splash from below. It seems the well is dry after all. You turn the old creaking handle, raising the bucket up the shaft. You look into the bucket. A snake leaps out at you from inside, and you spring back just in time to avoid being bitten. The bucket falls to the ground, and the snake slithers out towards you, fangs bared. Is this one of the dreaded 7 serpents? It seems very small. Oh. Interesting. I should have cast a spell first. Apparently, Sus is not an option. I can cast Walk. I can Raz or Rock. Turn to stone. It's not often I get the opportunity to cast this spell. I kind of want to. We could toss fire at it. Fire seems unlikely to be useful. Fix. Oh, right. Freeze it in place. But only with a staff. Okay. I've never seen Fix either. Huh. Right, yeah. Let's, Or I could kid. Oh, yeah, we could kid him. Because I have the bracelets. I kind of want to try Rock. You bind the stars into a pattern around you, tossing out your handful of stone dust over the creature. Its yellow coloring seems to leak away, turning to a uniform gray. The creature begins to flail, head and tail tip thrashing violently as its body seizes into rock. It thrashes so violently that it splinters its own body in 2. Both ends fall still. Smash 'em! You pummel both pieces of the snake with your sword, generating 2 piles of the stone dust, which you store in your pack. Worth! By using my stone dust, I have acquired extra stone dust. Alright, yeah, let's climb into the well, whatever. You feel inside the edge of the well for handholds, but there are none. The stone edges of the well are smooth, and the well itself is too broad to shimmy down. But you could always climb down the rope, of course. It is too dangerous. Nothing is too dangerous. I'm all-powerful. You steel your courage and swing your legs over the edge of the well, regarding the darkness far below. The rope is old and probably rotten, and should it break, there will be no way back up. Maybe let's try something else then. You pause, and do not jump down. It would be suicide, surely. So what spells are available now that we're no longer fighting? We could Sus. We could Featherfall? We could Featherfall. Can we Zen? We cannot Zen. Let's Sus. You craft the spell and a quiet voice begins to speak to you. It warns you that the well contains both a hidden danger and a hidden secret. Ooh. Alright. It's Featherfall time. Hidden secret is worth it. Down the well we go. With your weight reduced to almost nothing, you clamber into the well and guide yourself down with your fingertips. Halfway down the wall, something shimmers in the stone wall of the shaft. It is a seam of gemstones. Ooh. You hold your position close by the crystal in the rock, fingers and toes outstretched. The seam of crystal is quite beautiful. Those soft rock walls are studded with fists and lumps of green and blue gem glass. There must be a fortune down here, perhaps even a layered strata of pure wealth. If only the backlands could be mined by the King of Analand. Why does Featherfall start with a long S rather than an F anyway? It's a lowercase f. It's a lowercase f. It's not a long S. You're a long S. Using your old sword awkwardly in the narrow confines of the well shaft, you dig a fistful of gems out of the wall of the well shaft. You cannot catch them and they fall, but thankfully land in the bucket a short distance below you. You have blunted the edge of your blade in the process, however. That's good enough. Not wanting to risk the spell wearing off, you clamber quickly back up the rope. You pull yourself over the edge of the well. Just in time, you land on the dust heavily, feeling your weight return. You bring the bucket up the well once more. You check inside the bucket. The bottom of the bucket is also filled with uncut gemstones and glittering rock. This haul must be worth scores of gold pieces. Take 'em. You scoop up the gems from the pocket and pour them gleefully into your money pouch. An excellent find. The gems are an assortment of different types of stone and will require an expert to sort, value, and cut them. But the sheer size of them is jaw-dropping. Several are the size of eggs, and one is the size of a small cat. Small cat? Small cat? Yeah, that's enormous. All right. Pleased with your work, you stride away from the well. Let's keep exploring outside. I want to know what's going on around here before committing to going inside. You walk around the back of the structure away from the well. The east side is in no better repair than the front. Wind blows through holes in the walls. Dang. This game is quite aesthetic sometimes. In one corner, you notice a strange, almost rectangular impression in the dust. Look! Don't! Come on, game. Kneeling on the old stone, you brush the dust away from the rectangular impression with careful fingertips. There is definitely something here, set into the old stone. A trap door. Sand blows across the steps and into your eyes, making you blink. Uh-oh. It's the sand serpent! You grasp the handle of the ancient trapdoor and give it a good heave. The hinges squeal and cry, but the trapdoor opens, revealing a few steps downwards and a disgusting smell. And you can hear something down there, moving around. You peer down into the darkness below. Two eyes are staring back, and you can hear ragged, rasping breathing. "Who's there?" you call. There is no reply but the rattle of chains. Oh, well, probably not important. Obviously, I'm climbing down. Drawing your longsword, you step into the darkness below. In what kind of world would I not investigate this? Your vision goes blank from the darkness. You can definitely hear someone, or something, breathing close at hand. The smell is almost unbearable. You pause at the bottom of the steps, waiting for your eyes to adjust. Slowly, details filter in. You stand in a tiny chamber, built into the foundations of the temple, clearly some kind of prison. Chained to the far wall is a skinny, half-naked man with a wild, long beard. "I don't believe it," he gasps. "A human! Oh, my eyes, a human!" He races towards you, but is pulled up short by the chain around his ankle. "Who are you?" "My name is..." He screws up his eyes to think. "Sharla! My name is Sharla! I'm the priest of Throff here!" The man claws for you once more, his eyes wide, his mouth almost drooling with excitement. "Leave!" That's like so... Who are you? "I'm the priest of Throff!" "Cool! Bye!" Like, oh my god. No. We're gonna cast some spells. How sus are we? Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic and a steady voice enters your mind. It tells you that there is danger down here, but it is a danger you cannot see, and not the old man himself. Its cryptic message delivered, the voice fades. With a man chained, you take a moment to search the dark space. "If you're looking for a key," he declares hopefully, "you won't find one here. I've looked already." The man is correct. You do not find a key. You find something. A strange black face mask. That's a spell reagent. You turn the mask over in your hands. It is carved from a hard black wood and depicts a demon-like visage with a fox-like eyes and a sharp, jagged chin. Obviously take it. You put the mask into your pack. "That's mine," the man says weakly, perhaps beginning to understand that you are not quite the answer to his years of prayer. "That's my only thing." A rat dashes across the floor of the chamber. The man snatches for it, snaps it in two, and begins to chew on the raw meat inside. Oh my god. What a way to live. Seeing you stare at him, he offers you half, but you shake your head. "Who chained you up?" you ask. "It was Clattermen. Damned Clattermen," he curses. "They ransacked the temple, took everything of value, and chained me up here." Alright, well, let's free him, I guess. You approach and bring your chain down on the ancient rusted chain. Bring your sword down. Not my chain. I don't have a chain. I'm bringing my sword down. And it shatters in an instant. The man leaps forward with gratitude, wrapping his arms around you in a bear hug. "Thank you, stranger. It's wonderful to be free." He dashes away up the steps into the sunlight, and you hear him gambling around. Glancing up, you notice the old man's hand on the edge of the trapdoor. Perhaps he is about to lock you in. Let's head up, shall we? You hurtle up the stairs, long sword still drawn. Well, I guess that's the end of the danger. This might be where we pray. You send the old man flying. His head hits a pillar behind, and his eyes swim in their sockets. But you have worse problems. Suddenly, without warning, one of the pillars holding up the broken roof of the temple shears. The whole structure is sliding down on top of you. The old man yells somewhere close by, but you cannot get to him now. I'll pray for this. This seems fine. Speed across the stairs. No kidding. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. The temple collapses around you, enormous stone blocks burying themselves into the ground left and right. But none fall on you, and when the dust clears, you are still in one piece. "There you are," the old man declares with a sigh. "I'm glad you got free anyway." He seems remarkably cheerful, considering. "What will you do now, old man?" you ask. He shrugs. "I'm gonna go drink gripweed wine and gamble," he replies gleefully. "If the temple's gone, that means I'm not a priest anymore." And with that, he races away across the plains. Okay. You search through the rubble and find nothing of use. The plinth is now knee-deep in broken stone and pebble-sized rocks. I'll take a pebble. You gather up a couple of pebbles from the plinth, of the right size and shape to be useful in spells, but of the ancient temple's treasures and artifacts, there is nothing more to be had. I see. There's a lot of ease in that speed, buddy. Well, I guess that's it. We're not going to explore the temple anymore. Unfortunate, maybe. There is nothing more to be done here. You leave the ancient building behind. Then, quite suddenly, you find yourself violently coughing. That seems bad. You weren't coughing a moment ago. Of course, there's a lot of dust in the air from the fallen temple. But then you cough again, and lifting your hand to your mouth, you notice 2 vivid yellow pimples on the back of your hand. The Yellow Plague! The Yellow Plague? You stare at your hand. It is the Yellow Plague. Clearly, the old man was infected, and gave it to you when he hugged you in the cellar. There's nothing else for it. You struggle on across the plain, feeling yourself grow weak already. You march onwards. I can't dock myself out of the Yellow Plague. This sucks. Is this worth rewinding? This is as close as the game has gotten to the line. Yeah, fair enough. There was some fast moving there for sure. You hurtle across the desert sands. I don't know if it's worth it to rewind so as not to get infected by the plague. And we didn't get a chance to go inside the temple either, which is a little disappointing, but I don't know how much better it would have gotten. Like, he did say that the Clotamen ransacked the temple and took everything of value, right? Whatever. I'll live with my failure just this once. You walk on, the ground dropping a little. The moaning winds finger at your pack and sword, lewd. You notice something white stark against the gray of the dust. It is just a sliver of cool white visible through the thin, dusty scrub. Something is buried here. Oh, really? You wipe away the dust from the object. It is short, dirty white, and gently curved. You dig around the object and find 2 similar objects to the left and right of it. They lie parallel in the dirt. You squat down on your heels and dig in the dirt a little more. Eventually, you uncover 3 short white rods, and at that moment, it becomes obvious that they are the finger bones of a hand clenched into a fist. The fist points upward, as though its owner had been buried, standing upright in the soil. You keep digging. The fist gives way to a wrist, and then an arm. It is as though the creature was trying to climb out when the soil of the land closed over its head. As you go lower, the bones start to accumulate a leathery coating. At first you think it is the remains of a coat, but then once you locate an anchor and sail tattoo, it becomes clear it is skin, somehow preserved in the soil. Yeah. You are now into serious digging, which is hard work. You pause to take a break every few minutes, and stop once more when you have the figure unearthed down the waist. Its skull is a dried leather ball, with 2 gray-brown eyes shrunken in the sockets. It wears a metal ring through its nose, and the remains of a beard are just visible. Its jacket is better preserved, its color faded, but its buttons still intact. It wears a small 3-cornered hat. Sticking just above the waist are the remains of some kind of harness. It is possible this figure had a false leg. Oh, is this the leg that the ghost asked me to go get? Are we in the marsh? What was it called? The dangerous marsh where the vampires live? Is this actually a Graveyard Keeper expansion? Search the figure. Hang on. There was one spell that required a 3-cornered hat, right? What was the spell that required a hat? Apparently Google needs to verify that I'm me. Don't worry, Google. I am still me. Which spell needed a hat? Did no spells need a hat? I thought one spell needed a 3-cornered hat. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess the skull cap is the closest to needing a hat. Okay. Well, never mind. Also, apparently Zob is a spell, and I should write that one down. keep digging. You search the figure. You rifle through the figure's jacket, but find nothing of interest in its pockets, not even one gold piece. Around his neck, however, you find a small metal whistle, which you take. I'm making up magic items? Maybe. I'll still take the hat, though. You take the hat from the creature's head, but it is of little use. It crumbles to dust in your hand. Oh well. More interesting is what is left behind. Under the figure's thin covering of hair, you can see a dry, leathery scalp inked with another tattoo. You examine the tattoo carefully. It shows 2 long, thick lines that come together to form a V. At the top, another stroke crosses, so the shape becomes an inverted A. Inside the... I'm going to draw this out. Inverted A. Inside the top of the A, near the tip, is a black X inside an O. The top of the A or the top of the V? Perhaps it is a map, but if so, it is surely too vague to read. Alright, keep digging. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. You work harder still, creating a deep pit and getting down as far as the figure's knees. One leg is indeed wooden, the other trouser-clad bone. The sun is hot now. You dig down to the figure's feet so it is standing proud in a 5-foot hole. Water begins to pool around your feet. The mid-afternoon heat fills the landscape. The figure keels over, face down against the dirt. You've wasted a lot of time on burying it, but have discovered nothing. Unfortunately. The Bruja call. They want their clan symbol back. Yeah, almost, huh? It's too bad the circle's inside the A instead of outside the A. Rebury the body? Just rewind? Maybe just rewind. And then not dig this far deep. Whatever, just leave it. Excuse me? You haul yourself up out of the pit and leave the figure, standing in its hollow like a ghoulish statue. Suddenly, the creature in the pit begins to shiver and shake. It is moving, arms reaching out to grasp you. You watch in horror as the eyeless creature drags itself up from the pit to the edge, then stumbles and clatters away westwards across the steps. It disappears into the dust, though after a short while you hear a clattering sound. Most likely the sound of its bones falling to bits around it. What the ever-loving hell just happened? The pit is now half filled with sparkling, gleaming water. There must be an underground river here that is feeding it. You move quickly away from this ghoulish place. I thought ghouls didn't exist! Oh, that was, that was also Graveyard Keeper. This is an interesting thing. There's like this circle here. What's going on here? You keep moving, ascending and descending. Mid-afternoon haze makes the air uncomfortably warm. The sound of voices to your right startles you. Investigate. Don't. Always investigate. Curious. You spin around to see 7 hooded shapes squatting on the ground, playing some sort of weird game, chanting in a curious tongue. Oh, I wonder what they're playing. Are they playing 7 Wonders? You rub your eyes in disbelief. The figures shimmer, and it seems you can see through them. And they were certainly not here a moment ago. One raises its head and stares straight at you, then calls to you by name. We have awaited you, it breathes. You have made good time to us. We are the 7 spirits. Come, join us. How sus are they? You raise your eyes to the heavens, but there is nothing there. Huh. Strange. You've heard rumors of spots where no stars at all are in alignment, but you've never found one before. The figures beckon you towards them, into the very center of this magical darkness. Well, I didn't get to where I am today by avoiding risks. Warily, you approach. Who are these creatures? How do they know your name? Will they offer advice, or are they dangerous, as their skull mask faces suggest? The spirits rise from the ground as you approach, gliding silently through the air, passing through one another as they mingle and encircle you, linking hands. Caution is understandable, whispers a single voice, or 7 in tight unison. But fear us not. What are you? These bodies are not our natural bodies, merely shells, the voice declares. We cannot touch you. We cannot harm you. So what are your natural bodies? Long dead, whispers the voice. We died, learning a chant to protect you from harm. You must hear it. Oh, okay. Uh, okay. Uh, Concerns. Okay, tell me the chant. The spirits begin to turn and dance around you, chanting in a whispering unison, but you cannot understand the words. Repeat, they hiss. Sing with us. Repeating words in a language you cannot understand is difficult. You try, but stumble over the first few lines. Arbil Madarbil. As they chant, you begin to feel stars appearing in the sky above you. Cast a spell? Sus? How sus is this? I cannot find out whether or not this is sus, but I might be able to read their thoughts. Drawing the skullcap from your pack, you cast the spell, but you sense nothing. It is as though you were quite alone, despite the 7 figures who ring you, singing and swaying from side to side. You remove the skullcap once more. Alright, well, Arbil Madarbil. Arbil Madarbil. Ar Afar Ar Cry. The chant begins again. This time you get a little further. Arbil Madarbil. Ar Afar Ar Cry. Another round. This time you get further, though you still do not know what it is you are chanting. Arbil Madarbil. Ar Afar Ar Cry. Arbil Madarbil. Noe Dolo Mine. Silence is settling over the area. A strange, unnatural silence. Something is coming. You begin the chant in full, louder and more confidently. The clouds begin to churn in the sky. Then a loud crack breaks the stillness as a bolt of lightning skewers the place where the 7 spirits stand. The light clears and they have vanished. You look up. The sky overhead seems to be breaking. The dome of the sky is now a lidded eye, cracking open. Something like a clawed hand has hold of you and is pulling you towards the top of the low mound. The ground itself is transforming into a face, and you are walking into its wide open smile. Oh my god, what the hell? This is a hell of a way to die. You struggle and strain, but there is nothing to fight but the wind. Your heels score tracks in the dust. The force on you is like 100 invisible hands. Then you are above the wide-open jaws of the face in the ground. This must be holy ground to some dread spirit, long forgotten by the civilized peoples of the world. But you will not learn its name. You are not to be a follower. You are to be devoured. Not on my watch, buddy! You raise the sword to swing, but stumble back under the weight of it. Your arms seem unable to lift the blade. Oh, it's the Serpent of Time. I thought the Serpent of Time was waiting on an island somewhere. I guess by chanting at it, we've summoned it? But no. Looking down, you see your legs are suddenly thin and your hands are thin and bony. Reaching up to your face, you find your hair is coming away in clumps and wrinkles are spreading over your skin. The serpent face in the ground laughs. The jaws of time are unescapable! It roars. We'll cast a spell. Apparently not. Scream? What's my fate? Cold, dry bones. You are nothing but cold bones. But then, the winds drop once more. The clouds roll back. The steppes are clearing. You feel yourself becoming young once more. Bones strengthening and skin tightening. Whatever was pulling you towards death has released its grip. You turn to see a gigantic shape lift into the ground and swoop away northeast. It leaves a strange trail as it flies, and the wind from its movement knocks you to the ground. Oh. Yeah, okay. So that is explicitly the Serpent of Time, who is now waiting over here. and causing all kinds of problems in the meantime. Fascinating. Fascinating. What's my fate is not always death. Yeah, apparently. Huh. I guess this wasn't a clue, though. We know about a chant. But, apparently that's not a clue. Arble Madarble. R afar R cry. Arble Madarble. No way Dillo mine. What the ever-loving hell am I supposed to pull out of that? Well, whatever this brand of nonsense is, it sure is memorable. Alright, over to the tower, I guess. You set off across the steps with an easy stride, but the firm, dusty ground becomes spongy, and after a while, you're no longer walking on firm ground, but rather striding between waist-high weeds in a deep and stench-filled marsh. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You approach the edge of the mountain and the base of an old stone tower, carved from the cliff face itself. From the battlement of the tower protrudes a strange brass cylinder. Nestled between the stones is a large, closed wooden door. You knock on the door. There is no reply. Enter the tower. Ah, well, let's see if we can dop it. Locked doors, generally not that much of a problem. We can't? We can. Oh, I thought it was lowercase t for some reason. Okay, what else could we do? We could zap. We can huff. Or we could howl. None of those are particularly useful. And sus and sap are available. Interesting. No, we'll just dop it. Dopin' sesame. My spirit is far from me. You wind the constellations into alignment around you, and slowly the ancient rusted lock on the tower door begins to turn, and finally falls open. You peer inside. Darkness and a musty smell, like ancient sweat. Okay. You step into the tower. I sure do. Inside the tower. You step into the gloomy darkness at the base of the ancient tower. The ground underfoot is hard stone, wet with collected rain. Something growls at you from the back of the tower. Oh, really? What's growling at me? Can we rap with them? Can we yap with them? Grabbing the wig from your pack, you put it on and weave your spell. A moment later, the wolfhound's growls have turned into words. Free! It barks over and over. Must be free. Must be free! The beast is readying itself to pounce. Dodge? You step to one side as the wolfhound charges forwards, but it does not come for you. Instead, it leaps through the doorway and dashes away across the steps. It seems you have set him free! Well, that's what he wanted. You search the gloomy arches under the spiraling staircase. In a forgotten corner, you unearth 3 gold pieces. Okay, I'll take the money, whatever, it's fine. You take the coins and drop them into your purse. Time to leave this gloomy place. What? Up the stairs! Up the stairs. Leave this gloomy place. Don't give me that. This is a tower! There are powerful, unusual stars here. Oh, really? You clamber up the spiral stairs to the hatch and go through onto the roof of the tower. The cool wind of the steps hits you full in the face, snatching your breath away. This tower stands on the slope of one of the horns themselves, looking out over the whole of the steps. In the top of this tower is another movable brass cylinder, like the last one you saw, set with a blue crystal. Powerful, unusual stars. Okay, activate the beacon first. First things first. Activate the beacon. Interesting. So I can use the power of this beacon in a variety of ways. It doesn't quite reach the bridge, although it's close. I don't know what I would do with this beacon. Oh, the well is there in the past, as is this ring of stones. It's so interesting that now there's this like weird serpent-shaped space of flipped time, because all of these things just flip time. It's not like, oh, this unlocks the past. It flips. If it was the past, it sends it into the future. So there's still going to be this weird like inverse S-shape thing. Fascinating. All right, what else do I want to do with this? Is there anything useful over here? There's the tower over there. I feel like this is mostly useful as just a teleport point. But I don't know why I'd want to come back here. And I don't know, something. I'm not sure if something is changing over here, but maybe it is. Well, we can always teleport back here if it seems like a thing that's relevant, right? So that village isn't there, but this well is still there. So I want to look at the well and this ring and see if anything changes on those. You adjust the cylinder, now almost accustomed to the curious effect of the magical light. It seems to bring the dust of this dead land to life, like a sunbeam picking out motes in the darkness. You feel better for having touched the cylinder. All right, let's look at the weird stars in the sky. AIO. Okay. How weird are these stars? We could dock. We could how. We could farsight. Or we could zip. I can't zob here? Disappointing. Not particularly powerful, these stars. Or particularly unique, these stars. But I guess we could farsight. That's not bad. Once again, all you see is the endless curling mountain path. I guess we have farred as much as we can. You go over to the battlement and lean out. Looking north, you can see the edge of the thick and verdant forest, the fabled trees of Snatta. You heard about them as a boy, of course, but never dreamed you would see them for yourself. Between there and here is nothing but the level flat of the steppes, layered like the scales on a serpent's back. Oh, maybe the entire land is a serpent. Dangerous. A thin column of smoke rises from the point just before the tree line. It must be the village of the Clattamen. You look away from the view once more. Alright, well, I guess that's as much as I want to do here. Fascinating. Time to move along. Yup. You step out of the tower once more. You continue to walk. The mountains to the east are impassable. The only way to walk is back across the rocks. You are walking through boggy marshland. Night falls. You should try to find somewhere safe to sleep, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. You cross the marshland and pause inside a ring of 7 standing stones. They loom over you in the darkness. Each stone in the ring is the size and breadth of a man. They stand straight upright, except for one, which is listed sideways like an arthritic finger. A few are carved. In the very center of the ring, a flat stone lies an inch or so below the water level of the marsh. Wet things gulp and groan in the mud below. Ew. You trace the carving on one of the nearby stones. It shows a fearsome bird rising up into the sky, wings blotting out the rising sun. Move to stand in the center of stones. You find they seem to tower even more, blocking out the horizon on all sides as if a curtain had been raised. Nothing remains but the view directly overhead. The stars flicker. Oh, tough. Looking up into the stars, you see a single constellation picked out from the darkness, formed from the stars of Tixas, Urus, and Flie. You sense great power there, but it is no magic you have ever seen before. Alright, I don't know that tough is a real spell, but I am going to put down tough as a possibility. Chill wind draws furrows on the surface of the marsh water. We can rest here, it's fine. This seems a dangerous place to rest, a place teeming with powerful magic, but you are tired, so you settle down with your back to one of the stones. You can only hope the magic of this place is a benevolent one. You have not yet eaten today, but you have no provisions, only 3 vials of blimberry juice. You feel weak and shivery. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. Miraculously, the welts on your hands begin to fade, and you feel yourself getting stronger once more. Huzzah! The gorilla has saved me again. Then you stretch out and rest. You feel untouched by danger here, and your slumber is unbroken by dreams. The low mound. You get to your feet, feeling refreshed for your night's sleep. By day, the stones are somewhat less intimidating, and the strange stars overhead have faded away. What can I cast? Can I cast Tough? I can literally, the only spell I can cast is Tough. Alright. It cost me stamina, though. The spell you are casting fails. Something which you have not got is needed for the spell. But what could such a spell require? How would you know? Wait for nightfall? I could try casting it again, but doesn't seem like it would do anything. I don't think I just want to wait for nightfall. I think we move on. Whatever magic this place has, it seems you cannot find your way to it. You step out from the circle once more and plod on through the marsh water. The marshes give way to more solid barren ground. The sun has not yet crested the last peaks in the east. The wind has begun to fill in the waterlogged pit you dug here. You are still some distance from the shores of Lake Ilklala and the voyage you must take across its waters to Lower Zaman. I'm going to check out this temple now that it's the past. The steps seem to flood underfoot, creating a marsh. A few clouds hurry across the sky. You stumble upon a low, round structure. It is the mouth of a well. You glance down into the well. It disappears down into the darkness. The air inside its mouth is cold. Toss a stone into the well? You toss a stone into the well. It falls for a few seconds, then you hear a splash. You consider climbing down into the well for a moment, but it seems bleak and uninviting in there. As you stand by the well side, you hear a scraping noise from within, and after a few minutes, 2 curved claws emerge through the opening, hooking onto either side of the well mouth. Something is pulling itself back up. You stand back as a figure pulls themselves up and out of the well. The 2 hooks are attached to ropes, which the creature winds up and hangs over their shoulder. Only then do they notice you, though they do not seem to be startled. What were you doing down there? The creature grins at you. Just exploring, it replies, doffing its hat and giving a slight bow. Then, without a further word, it turns and disappears away across the marsh. You stride forwards. Well, that was interesting. And not particularly useful? Huh. Well then. I guess let's head over to this village. Continue exploring. So we're gonna the way to do this, BT dubs, is I am going to teleport from one tower to the other, unlock the entirety of the bridge, and then walk across the bridge and see how well that goes for me. You reach the edge of the marsh abruptly and climb up onto the flat ground. As the sun climbs towards its zenith, the winds pick up. The sands are featureless now. You continue on your journey. The ground itself seems to give way to bogland until you are splashing through marshland once more. It's very warm now. You begin to sweat under your pack. You splash your way back to the tower in the cliff face. Half built into the rock is the open door. Inside the tower. Spiral stairs, place is gloomy. What do I want to do with this beam? While I'm, making decisions here. Do I care? What are these things over here? I don't even know what these things are. But I kind of want to look at them on the map and see if there's a difference. So I'm now shining the past onto them. And they look like statues, I guess? Like statues with their hands raised up. One on the other, one on each side. Okay. And then if I readjust... Oh, they're completely collapsed. Okay. I can see, like, the feet of the statues. But otherwise, the statues are gone. Alright, well, I'm wondering... Okay, so the one thing that I kind of want to try, that I think would be really interesting if this is the case, is, let's mess with the Serpent of Time by just shining a bunch of different time lights onto it and seeing if that causes anything. If, like, maybe the weakness of the Serpent of Time is outside things interfering with time. And away we go. Nice. I do like the fast travel points. That's very convenient. All right, we gotta adjust this beam now, because we gotta make sure that the entirety of the tower here actually works. All right, and we out. Let's see if we can cross the bridge. I don't know how feasible this is gonna be, but let's try it. Beginning to feel hungry. Oh no. The hungers. You pick your way carefully over the rocks to the edge of the road. Slowly, the sun begins to lower in the sky. The road winds upwards from here into the mountains, pausing in a plateau about halfway up. A clatter of wheels makes you turn your head. A cart is approaching, driven by a broad figure in a long cloak. You step into the cart's path and raise a hand. The figure raises a fist in return. "Stranger!" calls the figure. "Do you want blood?" Do I? What manner of blood? The cart driver booms a cheerful laugh. "All kinds!" She throws her hood and waves towards the back of the cart. "I am the butcher of Baddyback. Steak of elephant, blue hide of snatacat, ribs of goats." Your stomach rumbles at the thought. What do you fancy? The driver gestures with a brandished cleaver to the back of her cart, from which a thin river of blood trickles. I'm not going to lie, that's pretty off-putting. What do you recommend? She considers that for a moment. The Snatacat meat is the rarest, of course, she says. And if you've never tried invisible steak, then you should, just for the experience. It disappears from sight the more you eat it. Like most food? But, bah, Oliphant tastes the best. Yeah, I'll buy something, whatever. Oh god, that's a lot. She beams with pleasure. What'll it be? The Oliphant steak is 7 gold pieces. Blue hide is 10. The steaks are bloody and raw, and will be no good without cooking. That's too much. The butcher nods sadly. Then I wish you well, traveler, but I am no charity. Maybe I could be God. Can we be God here? We might be able to be God. Maybe she'll just really like me. Looking to the constellations above, you craft the spell, and your jewel of gold begins to shine and gleam. Oh! The butcher exclaims, looking hard at you. My apologies! I didn't realize who you were! She drops her cleaver immediately. Of course you must have all that you can carry! She steps back from the cart. What can you tell me of the 7 serpents? She looks blank. Nothing. I've never sold serpent meat. It's unclean. The butcher smiles and nods fervently. You go over to the cart and take 3 large joints, wrap them in mucilin to place into your pack. Raw meat must be cooked before it will serve as a ration. Leave me, you demand. She nods twice. As you wish! She leaps aboard the cart, whips the oxen, and disappears across the plain. Fascinating. Alright, so we need to find a fire. And I know where fires exist. So maybe we go find a fire first? Before continuing on this path that is, clearly far away from fires? The Klataman village was fairly welcoming, and if we cook some stuff there, that seems like it would work. I guess maybe we would want to... I mean, if I have to share or something, like, that's also okay. Where else did we find fires? There were fires at this village that is not currently there because we're shining the beam the wrong way. So maybe we go back into here. What was this place? Was that even a village? I feel like that was like some... The punishment fields or something? The dude that we had to dig up? Weird. It feels like there's a lot of weird things that happen just for the sake of being weird, which... Like, I gotta respect, but, feels not very video gamey. Yeah, let's go turn this meat into food. Let's go turn this meat into food. The sun is sinking. Good. Because we needed to be night in order for the Klataman village fire to be lit. Top of the tower. Teleport. Can we even make it the whole way? I'm not actually sure that we can. But, well, we can try. You are walking through boggy marshland. Darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially after traveling all day without food. The ground underfoot turns to slop until you are sinking a few fingers deep with every step. A thick smell of rot and decay fills the air. Really? What's going on here? The marsh is endless, bleak and gray, filling the valley between the ridge and the horns of Ilklala like slop filling a prisoner's bowl. Long grasses waft and shiver in the chill breeze. Things move in the water below. From somewhere close at hand, you hear a crashing noise and a cry, but you can see nothing. You wait to see if the noise comes closer, but it doesn't. You can't even place the direction it came from. I don't think I want to engage. You keep up your pace, hoping the ground will grow firmer on. Which it will. The marshes give way to more solid barren ground. The first few stars appear. Sleeping out here would be ill-advised. You'd be exposed to both elements and animals. You should keep moving. You stride onwards, despite the dark. You fall into steady pace as you walk, climbing slightly. This is not a good place to stop. You march onwards, the ground dropping a little. The night air is cold. The air is like ice. The steppes stretch away from here. You pass the village and the overhang of the steppes once more. The path leads into the village, or you could skirt past. I do like being in the village. You approach the gate once again. The guards nod to you in recognition. You shove past the Clotaman on the left out of the way. He growls, but lets you pass. You look around the weird houses. There's hammocks now. Oh, by the fire. Let's go to the fire. You make your way to a space by the fire. Slap my chest, then head. Oh, I see. Greetings. Yeah. I thought this was going to be like, then head out or something like that. But no, it's chest and then head. Weird. Greetings. Several Clota men and Clota women are sprawled around, singing songs that consist of barks and squawks, and occasionally turning a roach pig on a spit. Roach pig? Huh. Reminding you of the poachers you met in Kare. One stands as you arrive, slapping her chest and then her head in some kind of greeting. The Clota woman looks at you blankly. It seems they do not understand speech. All right, I'll do the thing. You reply with the same gesture, and the Clota woman stares in amazement, then falls about laughing. She repeats the gesture once more. Oh, I think I'm done with this game. You ignore her and sit down by the fire, warming your hands and enjoying a moment's rest from walking. The Clota woman seems untroubled by your response, and goes over to the pig to tear off a leg, which she holds out to you. Oh, okay. Well, that's nice of you. You accept the roast meat, which is almost raw and barely palatable. Another of the Clota men brings you a mug of tea-like broth that accompanies the meat, the way a running nose accompanies a feverish cold. Is that good or bad? That's very weird. You unwrap the portions of raw meat you've been carrying and roast them in the fire. You save your provisions. They should keep well. Do you know of the Seven Serpents? You ask. One of the Clota men stiffens at the words. Perhaps he recognizes them, or has heard them from someone else. Either way, he begins to point vigorously at the fire with one hand, while with another, he lifts a handful of dust from the ground, makes as if to throw it on the flames. You realize he is telling you the weakness of the fire serpent. Sand! I think I already knew that, but thank you. He repeats this pattern a few times before seeming to forget what he is doing and sitting back in silence. Suddenly, there's a sound behind you, followed by a hushed silence. Turning, you see a well-built Clota man, taller and stronger than the rest, approaching you with unsteady gait. Before you can react, he lifts you and tosses you across the fire to a patch of ground near the gate. What is my clue? Like, we already had the fire serpent's weakness. I don't think that's a new clue. The arena? The large Clota man stumbles after you, growling loudly. You cannot understand his meaning. Then he raises a large club. Well, let's start with some spells, shall we? We've got a pile of stamina. Maybe we can do something interesting here. Law? I don't think they're unintelligent. Resurrect the dead. Wow, I don't have holy water on hand. We can make him afraid of me. That's pretty good. We have the black face mask. I've been looking for an opportunity to use this. You weave the starlight into your design around you, pulling the black face mask out of your pack and onto your face. The Klotta man begins to shiver and shake with primordial fear, but he is the guardian of this village and must keep it safe. And bravely, he steps forward to fight you. Okay, well, if that's how this is going to go, then that's how this is going to go, I guess. The Klotta man raises his club into the air and roars with fear. A group of Klotta folk gather to watch. Then you charge forward, determined to seize the advantage. The creature charges bravely straight back at you. You meet in a heavy collision, sword on club, and everyone in the crowd is stunned when the Klotta man staggers backwards. The crowd moan and groan. He steps backwards around the fire pit, putting some space between you. Steps backwards, huh? Do we just defend? Oh, that's a big attack, actually. You drop into a defensive crouch. The Klotta man is performing for the crowd, making a full circuit of the fire as he comes to knock you down. You dodge the blow when he finally reaches you, and he frowns in confusion. Now the Klotta man is holding back. How holding back? Small holding back? Small, okay, small attack. You chase the creature with a passing blow. The Klotta man turns away as though confused as to exactly where you are. Perhaps he cannot see past his eyebrows at all. The Klotta man reels, suddenly, crashing into the guy rope of a tent. A gasp goes up from the assembled crowd. What does that mean? Big zero. Okay, great. You drop back defensively. The Klotta man peers at you in return under heavy brows. No tell, which probably means we can get away with attacking. Apparently not. It kind of worked. Readying a forceful blow, you hurtle forwards. The Klotta man blocks your blow. He makes a deep, irritating chuckling sound. He moves away across the yard, towards the other side of the arena. Last time this happened, he attacked. Yep. You strike again. Moving swiftly, you aim for his midriff. The Klotta man staggers back, one step, then another, until suddenly he cannot seem to stop, and he disappears between two huts and out of the village northwards. Well, okay. The other Klotta men go and find their fallen champion. One of the Klotta women slaps you on the back. Another Klotta man beckons from outside a nearby tent. His face is painted with strange spirals and markings. Good show, I guess. Okay, well, painted guy, what do you have for me? You head over to the beckoning Klotta man. From his tent, you catch faint wisps of strange herbal smells. He is no doubt their local sorcerer. You nod a greeting, which he returns, placing both hands on either side of your face. Then he begins to murmur a strange blessing. You feel strength filtering deep into your bones. Yo, my max stamina increased. Nice. His gift is powerful and deep. When you step back, you feel stronger, taller, and more confident. You bow in thanks. He smiles and walks away from the fire. More? Any information about the serpents? Try communicating further. You point it down into the water in a nearby teacup, and the Klotta man nods. Grabbing a handful of burning fat from the pig on the spit, he tosses it into the cup. The Klotta man whose cup it was becomes enraged, and the two begin beating each other around the head with rocks. Still, perhaps it is a clue. Should you try something else? You pull out the serpent ring and show it to the Klotta men. They cower immediately, trying to hide between one another. You indicate your sword, and the Klotta men nod to one another. But it is unclear what they're saying. Perhaps they simply like swords. You nod your thanks for the conversation. What can you tell me of the forest of Snata, you ask? The creatures look between one another blankly. For all their human shape, they do not seem to have a human thought in their heads. All right, well, that's good enough. I found a new clue! Have I? Is that the water serpent weakness is vulnerable to oil? Which we still don't have oil? Alright, let's go check out the hammocks. It seems like a good time to rest. Yup. One corner of the camp is slung with hammocks. What they are for is unclear, as the Klotta folk seem to have tents, but a few creatures are asleep in them already. You haul yourself up into one of the hammocks. They are far too large for a normal human, but this, in fact, makes it only more comfortable, and ensures there is enough room for your pack. At least you've eaten once already today. All right, well, that's good enough. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You are not unharmed here, and you do not dream. Nice. Gained a bit of maximum stamina, aces. Gained some provisions, very good. And found 2 new clues. Lies! They are 2 old clues that I already have, but thank you. The next morning. You wake after a peaceful night in one of the hammocks, feeling much refreshed. And we can leave the village, so I guess we just leave the village. To the forest or to the steppes? We're going to the steppes. Because we're going back to the southern tower. Although at this point we're like exactly halfway between the 2 towers. I don't know which is closer. I think we still go to the steppes. You walk on, ascending and descending. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. To the southeast, a huge mountaintop rises, its peak dusted with snow. It's the southern extent of the Horns of Ilklala. Set into its slope is the tower you visited earlier. Despite its size, it looks now like a flea on a palm leaf. You continue on your way. You keep moving, climbing slightly. The sun continues to climb the steep sky. The scrubland is broken quite suddenly by a small waist-high post, to which is nailed a written notice. Excuse me? Excuse the hell out of me. You pause to read the sign. The writing is crabby and difficult, but you slowly decipher it. Stop, traveler. Every wish can come true, for this post marks the grave of the god Benanga. Call his name and close your eyes to be blessed forthwith. We are sussing the hell out of this. Benanga extremely sus. Although, we can Zen, curious. We can Yaz. Can we? I still don't have a pearl ring. We can Embiggen. And of course, we can sus. You weave the spell and a calm voice begins to speak to you. The voice indicates that there is some danger here, but it does not specify what it is. The spell fades. Extremely sus. Do I just do it to see what happens? That seems to be a fairly consistent theme here. I am curious, so I'm just gonna do it. Huh. Yeah, I think I'm curious, so I'm just gonna do it. You stand carefully by the post and call out, Benanga, to the empty air. Nothing seems to change. There is no sense of danger or of blessing in the air. You close your eyes as the note instructed. Nothing happens. You sense no danger. You call out again, but there is still no response. Then you feel something move under your feet. Just wait with eyes closed? That seems very dangerous. You step away from the post, just as the ground beneath the post gives way and collapses into the earth. You have avoided falling into the trap by mere moments. Excuse me? You peer down the side of the pit. At the bottom, a small batty beetle is burrowing. Once again, they love alliteration. It works with its soft mandibles to fill in the pit with sand once more. Excuse me? Like, was the sign written by this beetle? Was it the beetle's trap? Fill in the pit with sand. A small beetle. What? These are some weird options also. Yeah, alright, let's fight the beetle, I guess? Leaning over the edge of the pit, you are easily able to reach down to stab with your sword. The tip of the blade pierces the beetle's soft, young carapace. Ugh. And it dies swiftly, green blood oozing into the sands of the pit. You leave the side of the pit. You march forwards. It was such a weird encounter! Super weird! The steps seem to flood underfoot. The sun is hot now. Suddenly you hear a loud shouting and splashing from a group of reeds close at hand. Whoa! You stand your ground as the voices approach. You soon recognize them as marsh goblins. They enter the clearing, panting hard, as though running from something. I see. Are they sus? I can't sus. What can I do? I can pop or pep. I can gob? I don't have the... I could make my own goblins. We could telepathy. I'm probably going to do that. Nap causes sleepiness. Or niff, presumably. Oh, nip. Ah, yes. Gob. And we could rap with them. Let's telepathy and see what happens. Consulting the stars, you bind the magic, pulling on the cloth skullcap as the magic takes hold. The thoughts of the goblins enter your mind, a little blurred but comprehensible. I mean you no harm, you reply. The goblins almost jump out of their skins as they realize you can not only understand them now, but also communicate. We do not have time for this, the second goblin says. We must escape! What are you running from? We are being chased by a terrible serpent, one replies. It does not seem to matter how fast we run, however. It is always ahead of us. It's like it knows what we are doing at each turn. Why is it chasing you? It has been coming for us since we encountered the sorceress Bria. She told us this parchment would save us, but we have been persecuted. The serpent is clearly scared of it, whatever it is. Which serpent is this? The goblin does not appear to understand the question. Which? One like this is bad enough. It seems to know every movement before we know it for ourselves. Give me that parchment. It will save you from the serpent to be rid of it. The goblins look from one to the other uncertainly. This parchment is our only hope, one goblin thinks. I am a sorcerer. I will read it for you. The goblins look from one to the other, then nod. It is worth trying, one thinks. They hand over the parchment, then step back, as though expecting the ground to open up underneath you. Of course, nothing happens. Licks. His fizz dano does something, something, something. You unroll the paper and look it over. Unfortunately, it is written in a language you cannot understand. What if I rap? Licks. What do I think licks is? Is licks a known spell? Licks is not a known spell. I'm going to put it in the spellbook anyway. You thank them, and they shrug. It will do you little good, stranger. You nod to the goblins, thankful for their help. We must hurry, one thinks, and gestures to the group. They select a path through the marsh and begin to move away. You stand aside, and the goblins hurry away through the marsh. They move at the speed of rats, though peering into the distant fog, you cannot see what it is they are afraid of. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? I can't read the scroll, though. I have a simple brass whistle and the goblin message. And I have the gems. My quantities of magical items grow and grow. Got a lot of cool stuff. 3 joints of meat. Everybody loves meat. It's pretty good. Alright. We've been going for almost 3 hours now. This is probably as good a point as any to take a quick break. The plan, again, is to cross the bridge now that I have made the bridge real. But, we can handle that when we come back after break. So, I am going to switch scenes here. I'm going to get some music going. And I will be back in a bit. Thanks for hanging out, folks. I hope you're having a good time. We're gonna play some more Sorcery when I get back. I'll see you folks then. Alright, thank you for your patience, folks. I am back. Ready to keep this going. Let me pause the music. Bring the game volume back up. Oh, that's the wrong scene. There we go. Figured it out. Alright, so let's keep doing the thing. Back to the tower. And let's go. Retracing my steps, several different steps, all of them being retraced. What are the spells here? Wasn't this like there were weird stars? These are some weird stars. Dock. Ah, we can farsight. Yeah, the towers are good for farsight, huh? Interesting. Okay. Well, there's no spell that I really feel like I need to cast here. So let us continue with the plan. Continue the plan. Well done. The movable cylinder sits on its rails. All right, we out of here. You step out into the sunlight at the base of the tower. Time to move on! You must find your way to the shore of Lake Ilklala somehow. It lies east of the Horns, a towering mountain range. For a long time, Analand had hoped these peaks would protect them from the Archmage. No one knew his birdmen could fly so high, or so far. Alright, so, let's go, right? We just follow the path. You walk amongst the uneven stones until you find level ground. An old road. The evening is drawing in. It will be night soon. No random encounter with the butcher? You begin to make your way up the mountainside. Hey, Neto, how's it going? The sun is all but gone. Soon it will be dark. The slopes of the mountain burst into sudden color. Ropes slung with prayer flags of all colors crisscross overhead. Okay. You pause to look around. What is so special about this place that warrants the decoration? Is it sus? How sus is it? Detective Jim. That's right, that's right. Working very hard to figure things out. Let's see if anything is suspicious. It tells you this is a place of peace and serenity, a place where the gods are closer to the world than elsewhere. With its message delivered, the voice fades. Oh, that's cool. You scout around the rocks and crevasses at the edge of the path, but find nothing in particular. The flags flap and rustle in the breeze. You look up at the flags, which cross and recross the path, suspended from tall wooden poles set into the earth. Close to ending? Probably not. We've only encountered... We've killed one serpent, encountered another serpent, and that went poorly. We have, what, 2-3 weaknesses? So I don't think we're even close to halfway there. I think it'll take some work before we move on from here. Look up the flags which cross and recross the path, suspended from tall wooden poles set into the earth. Must have taken the effort of several people to erect this place. But what for? You installed Graveyard Keeper. Excellent, excellent. I am happy to spread the mental virus that is Graveyard Keeper. The game's a lot of fun. The lines of flags form a triangle, with one corner higher up the mountain, and 2 on either side of the path. Okay. You trace the flags up the slope, clambering over the rocks until you reach a pole set higher up to which several lines are tied. The pole is carved with the symbol of an open eye. Ooh, I like symbols. Touch the symbol. You touch the symbol of the open eye, but it is just wood. Nothing happens. You rejoin the path. Okay. You follow the flags to the bottom left corner, where several lines converge on a single pole. This pole is also carved with the symbol of a circle in which is a single closed eye. The pole on the other side of the path is identical. Continue to touch the symbol? Touch the symbols. Still don't know what's the secret ingredient for Resurrection Serum. Oh, you'll figure it out, I'm sure. I believe in you. Can we cast any spells besides Sus? Is there anything useful here? We can cast Magic Protection. We can dope in something. We can become big. And we can cause depression. Doesn't feel like any of these are particularly useful, actually. I guess we move on. There's nothing here. The flags are most likely simply decoration for those passing by. You turn your attention to the path. I don't like that, actually. I'm wondering if maybe we should, like, just try stuff and see if it sticks. It seems rare that it offers Dopin without Dopin being able to do something. If you get goo when mixing stuff, it means that's how it goes, or you're missing something like knowledge or better table. So my impression, and this is borne out after experimentation, is that goo means the recipe you're trying is not a real recipe, but the goo being offered is a clue as to what is a real recipe. And I am happy to go into more detail than that if you want. But don't think it means that you need something, but is trying to lead you towards the knowledge that you don't already have. So specifically what I've found is that if you replace one of the ingredients, or all but one of the ingredients in your recipe, with a actual product of the goo that you received, you'll arrive at a real recipe. That does still take some trial and error, but it's like, if you mix, like, health powder and death solution, and you get goo of blood, what that means is that you either have a recipe that is blood and death, or a recipe that is blood and health, and you kind of have to try it and see which one works. It's pretty cool. Yeah, it's a pretty cool system. No problem. Happy to help. Well, I guess we didn't get anything here, but I kind of don't like this. I kind of want to try it again. I'm going to try it again. Let's look around. Let's look around the rocks, and then look up at the flags, and then investigate the corners, and touch the symbol, and then investigate the corners, and then touch the symbol. And then let's... Yeah, it's not like IRL chemistry at all. It's alchemy. That's a different thing.
What?
Try it and see. Yup, there you go. Let's try and dope in and see if something just, like, randomly clicks. It seems unlikely, but... You turn the stars into shape around you, but there are no closed locks nearby for the spell to work on. Your jaw drops open, but nothing else occurs. Yeah, that's about right. I mean, I guess I could, like, become big and mess around with the spells or something. Let's see if big does anything. You craft the enchantment. For a moment, it seems nothing will happen, then suddenly you begin to grow to 3 times your normal size. Look at how big I am. Yeah, Dopin is basically a Lohomora. Can we big again? Can we grow even bigger? Topping up the effects of the spell, but I don't grow any larger. Okay, well, I guess not. Too bad. You return up the winding path to the top of the mountain. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. Another night begins. You should find a place to sleep after so long, especially after so long walking with an empty belly. Oh, absolutely. Everything is suspicious. Cast sus at everything. At the peak of the mountain is a sudden plateau, looking down across the marshes to the east, but you may not need to tramp through them again, as a magnificent stone bridge leads away into the dark. Wait and watch. Alerted by some sixth sense, you hesitate behind a rocky outcrop, just as a figure shambles into view, emerging from a small hut beside the bridge. The hut is so small you had not previously noticed it. The sides are stretched leather sheets. though you can't help but notice what looks like a human arm sticking from one wall. Oh! It's another one of these people? Again? Look at the figure. You stare at the hunched figure. You cannot believe your eyes. It is Vankus, the bridge keeper you encountered in the Shamutanti Hills! But what is he doing here? Ho there, you call out. Greetings! The figure turns to you, leaning heavily on its stick. He does not seem to recognize you. An ugly sort. What brings you here? If Vankas's bridge you wish to cross, prepared be for dismay and fear. It is definitely Vankas. I mean, I cast some spells, so the stamina disappears, and I'm not that concerned about it. Do you not remember me? The creature shuffles closer until his dank breath fills your nostrils. Vankas he does not forget, except for those he has not yet met. Well, I wish to cross your bridge. Well, okay. No one crosses here at night, the hunchback declares. Rest yourself and fear no plight. All right, then. As he says. You decide to trust the hunchback's promise. Vankas's silhouette is like a ghost in the night standing guard. Setting down your pack on the rocky ground, you try to stretch out despite the wind. You've eaten nothing today. Well, let's eat something. Taking a hunk of cooked meat from your pack, you fill your empty stomach. Then you lie back and try to forget your troubles. Suddenly, all around you goes quiet. The night air itself seems to still. You hear a distant voice. A distant voice? You stay quiet and strain your ears to listen. Greetings, intones a voice, aged and self-satisfied. I trust the Backlands are treating you as kindly as my fair city. It takes a moment to place the voice. It is Lorag, the Wizard of Kare. What are you doing here? I am here to help, as you helped me in my fair city. You have a message in a language you do not understand. I may be of assistance. All right, I'll go with it. Very well, I would be glad of your aid. In the marsh, you were given a parchment, he says. Show it to me. You pull out the parchment given to you by the goblins, and you begin to feel a strange sensation, as though someone else was controlling your eyes, moving them backwards and forwards across the words. You have little choice but to read. Yes, the wizard murmurs. I was right to come. You feel your finger lift and tap the paper. It is most interesting, he concludes. Indeed, most valuable. Promptly, the voice vanishes. What does it say? You call out. But the wizard's presence is gone. You are quite alone once more, and none the wiser for it. What is left of the night is filled with visions. You see yourself, outside your body, reaching forward to touch a blue crystal in a brass socket. For a moment, a beam of light shines upwards across the clouds, brilliant and alive. Meanwhile, your body burns and crumples to dust where it stands. And even while you sleep, you know the serpents are moving towards Mompang, and every day you spend out here is a day in which your journey might be discovered. Unfortunate. Uh-oh. Another credit card breach. Yeah, that seems like a thing that would happen. Used one provision and found no clues. That's about right. You get to your feet. The night has passed quietly. Vankus is still here and seems not to have moved, as though the last few hours have been just a few heartbeats to him. The bridge keeper nods a greeting. This is my bridge. It spans a rift. To pass, you must provide a gift. The sudden image of the black face mask pops into your head. Can we haggle? Is that real? I guess I'm okay with just giving it up. It's a neat thing to have, but it doesn't seem super important. I'm definitely happier giving that up than some of the other things. Okay, I'll pay his price. Reluctantly, you hand over the face mask. He regards it for a moment, then shakes his head. Don't like it. It's no good. Without pausing, he tosses the black face mask away over his shoulder, and you watch as it tumbles away out of sight. Something better, if you would. The outline of the gold-backed mirror appears in your thoughts. Perhaps we can come to an arrangement, you begin. Vankesh shakes his head without interest. Then the hunchback looks up sharply. Unless a simpler price you'd gladly pay. An arm, a leg, a finger, pray. You shake your head, Vankesh shrugs. Just as you please. Patience is some men's disease. With a thought, he gently reminds you of the original price, the mirror. I don't like paying the mirror. I really like the mirror as a tool. What a jerk. I'm rewinding real quick. Alright, so we're paying the face mask. He doesn't like it. I've paid once already. My bridge both east to west and back it spans, so pay once for one, and then you must pay again. Being angry at Vankesh has never worked. Do I just give it up? I've rarely been able to use it. Alright, I'll pay for it. Expecting the worst, you hand over the mirror. But thankfully, the curious creature does not discard it, but instead slips it into his tunic. With a last clear nod, the hunchback steps from the bridge and back into his hut, leaving the way clear for you to pass. Alright, well, cross the bridge. You step onto the bridge. The air stirs a little, still cold, but at least fresh. The flagstones laid along the bridgetop form the straightest, smoothest road you have ever seen, finer even than the King's Road of Analand. You look out across the sprawling view from the bridge. To the north, thick boggy marsh oozes towards the mountains that ring this plateau. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. As you make your way onto the stones of the bridge, which form a broad, solid path, below you, a thick marsh spreads north and south between the twin lines of mountains. Why does it constantly want me to drop gold pieces everywhere? Jesus. You pause to look out across the view. Below, the marsh seems to fill the valley, from the Bodyback Ridge to the west, to the Horns of Ilklala in the east. Further south, there are some dry patches, but they appear featureless. It seems no one has even attempted to inhabit this area. A strong gust of wind blows across the bridge. Not gonna look down. The wind plucks at your cloak. Time to move on. Shops and being stolen from, I guess. You stride easily across the bridge, feeling like Hermerm, god of cloud cover. Hermerm? Weird. Who walks the heavens as the day rolls by. It is a great pity whoever built this did not think to build a bridge all the way across Lake Ilklala. It is hot now. You are starting to sweat in your tunic. There are no handrails here. Sitting by the sheer drop at the edge of the road is a starving-looking man, with legs folded beneath him and head bound to the stone. He is perhaps asleep, or drunk, or dead. You watch him for a moment. He is breathing. His head lolls a touch to one side, and then an eye half opens. "Spare a coin," the man begs, sliding a palm he perhaps does not have the energy to lift across the stone. Yeah, whatever, I could spare one coin. You hand him a gold coin with a nod. "Use it wisely," you tell him. He nods. "Thank you, stranger." Let's ask about the serpents. What do you know about serpents? You open your mouth, preparing to ask the man for information in return for your gold, but the words fail when the beggar holds your gold coin right out over the side of the bridge and lets go. It twinkles as it sails out of sight. That was careless. "What?" the man replies. "I dropped it. I didn't fumble it. I don't have the shakes. I'm not ill." Then why did you do that? You demand, somewhat outraged. Isn't falling wonderful? He says wistfully. Not for the coin. Oh, it's a short joy, I'm sure, he replies. But the candle that burns twice as bright is twice as bright. All sorts of weird encounters that don't seem to result in anything happening. Okay. Goodbye. Goodbye forever, weird little man. You reach the other side of the bridge. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air damp. Perhaps a higher being that you don't understand yet? Oh yeah, obviously. It's just a god in disguise. From here, a set of chiseled steps leads downwards toward the water. You feel cheered by the sight. You have crossed the horns of Ilklala. Now only the lake stands between you and the road to High Zamin. This is not a place to rest. You still have some way to travel before you are clear of the backlands. No kidding. You make your way down the mountainside, slowly, being careful with your footing on the scree. The wind picks up as the evening draws on. The road down the slope passes a small stone house. The aged wooden door stands a crack ajar. You made assumption that he's ill, but didn't ask him. He said he's not. Yeah, well, what good are his words? You peer inside the house. It is dark inside, but you can make out furniture coated by layers of dust. It seems that this place is no ruin, but it has clearly been uninhabited for some time. The door creaks on its worn hinges as you push it open. The inside of the hut is simple, but as you saw, well kept. In the center of the room is a table with one wooden stool, and in one corner is a straw mattress cot. A cauldron sits in a hearth with a roasting spit above it. By the far wall is a sculling boat. Boat? It is clear that the boat is an ornament, or else the owner intended to repair it but made no progress. It has several planks missing, no paint, and woodworm has been burrowing constellations into its sides. But once it must have been a serviceable coracle. The cauldron? You peer into the cauldron, but if there was ever anything edible inside, it has long since turned to dust. The pot is quite empty. Under the table? You peer under the table, looking for trapdoors or long-lost items. But there is nothing of interest there. It is clear there is nothing here. You turn to go, and that is when you see the skeleton, tied to the wall above the doorframe. Oh. Scary. You stare up at it. The figure must have been a big man once. He has wide leg bones, now strapped with leather through iron pins hammered into the stone. And his shoulders are broad and stocky, now attached to hooks that still bear the trace of blood. His empty skull hangs low, sockets staring at the floor. Aside from the gruesome nature, there is something very strange about it all. Suspicious! I can't suss. I can try and read thoughts. Is anybody thinking things? You place the skull cap on your head as you weave your enchantment, but the skeleton is long dead, and there are no thoughts left to read. Sadly, you remove the skull cap once more. Why would anyone go to the trouble of displaying him this way? It isn't public enough for an execution, but it is hardly surreptitious either. There's no T spell. There's a lot of spells that are missing. How did he get up there? There are no ladders or steps. He cannot have been pinned up there alive, unless it was done by a group of 10, or while he was unconscious or dead drunk. It is more likely, in fact, that he was pinned in place by some magic. The work of a sorcerer, then? Which ones did I find? There's a whole spellbook. Where are his belongings? Staring at the skeleton, you finally realize the most curious aspect of this macabre display. Where are the creature's belongings? Indeed, where are his clothes? The skeleton is not a scrap or rag of cloth on his bones, not a ring, boot, or hat. Whoever did this made sure to strip him of everything. Whatever for? Is the full phrase? I don't know what you're talking about, Netoin. And I don't think that's a thing. Whatever. I'll engage. You could cut him down and let him rest on his cot at least, even if you don't have time for a burial. But there seems no way to reach him. Oh, apparently not. Many spells. In the sense that there are many words that are not spells, Netoen. You said there's no T-spell. Well, yes. There are many three-letter words that are not spells. You could cut him down. Somewhat reluctantly, you turn away. There is no way to help this poor soul. You leave the hut to continue your walk. Fascinating. But what if it's current? What if we looked at this in a different time period? We need to make it up to this other thing. You climb down the mountain and join the old road. The sun lowers towards the horizon. It will be dark soon. You stand in the foothills of the mountain. Looking east, the wide waters of Lake Ilklala gleam in the sunlight. A high point in the rocks would make a good place to stop and eat. Clips are good too, Netoen. I am happy if people want to clip my channel for me. That's great. Looking east, the wide waters of Lake Ilklala gleam in the sunlight. A high point in the rocks would make a good place to stop and eat. Just to the south is a deep fissure in the land, as though something gigantic had stamped its foot and cracked the earth. Eat something? Rest here? I guess it'll be dark soon? We can move on. I can actually see the clip. Like, the clip is a good reference also. There's no time to stop! This is Bat Country! I don't think this is Bat Country, but I do want to make it to the tower. You continue following the road. Clouds rumble as they roll across the inky sky. Soon it will be dark. The stone underfoot turns into carved slabs, buried by layers of dust. It seems you're walking along what was once a wide, flag-stoned road. You pause to look in the cracks between the stones, hoping to perhaps find a gold piece or two buried under the topsoil. But there is nothing. This place has been scoured bare by the wind of search centuries. You continue to walk. I don't think I've ever played Pillars of Eternity. I don't think so. The name is familiar, but I don't think I've ever played. What kind of game is it? What's the gameplay like? The road curves gently as you follow it. Night falls. You need to rest, especially after going all day without eating. A little dust blows across the surface of the ancient road. Suddenly, you hear the sound of hoofbeats. Something is coming towards you through the darkness. The next thing you know, you are knocked flying by a low-armored creature. It's a roach pig! Fight it? I guess fight it. Much like BG. Baldur's Gate. Ah, okay. Well, I don't know what it's doing, but we're gonna fight it. Yeah. The pig grinds its teeth as though hoping to scare you into lying still while it feasts. But you do no such thing. You swing your sword like an axe. The pig lashes out with its front trotters. Trotters is such a great word. The pig's hide explodes with thick blood. Alright, once again, big hits. Let's go. Easy peasy. You batter the roach pig back, cutting it down. The creature squeals so loud you think your ears will burst. And then it falls back, hitting the road with its hard shell and raising dust. It is, quite suddenly, quite dead. I want to see the picture of it again. You wipe the thick pig blood from your blade and stretch. Cut off some meat, whatever. Remember, raw meat must be cooked. Okay, fair enough. You hack off a hunk of meat and wrap it up in some spare cloth. You try to arrange what is left in as dignified a manner as you can. Between Larian and Obsidian. Okay. Sure. You pause to look either side into the darkness. To the east, a little shine indicates the start of the waters of Lake Ilklala, that you must cross to reach the Zanzunu peaks. To the north, you are hemmed in by mountains. From somewhere overhead, something shrieks, dangerous. Whatever, we'll rest here. This is no kind of place to rest, but the day has been long. You sit down, trying to repress a shudder. The ghosts of ancient cartwheels seem to run through you. You know what? Screw it. We're moving on. You cannot rest. This is a place of constant movement, however deserted it might be. You feel a strange calm settling over you. Nope. Something in the air. A poison, perhaps? You ready yourself to run, but then a voice appears in your mind. Do not be afraid. I have slowed time enough that I may speak to you again. It's Lorag. Do you know the secret of the parchment? Indeed I do. I've been working to decode it, and now I have an answer. You wait for the wizard to gather his thoughts. The parchment speaks of the Serpent of Time, a creature who can see the moments to come and move freely through those long gone. A creature that exists now, but also exists long into the past. It swims in time the way a fish swims in water, and thus it cannot be killed. Then what can I do? You must turn its own strength against it, Lorag answers. You must catch the serpent in a cage of its own devising. How can I do that? You must use the power of time itself, then Lorag grumbles. Of course, the writer of the parchment does not say how to do that. Then what can I do? There is a line of verse that maybe points the way. In time all things must end at last, the back and forth of ages past. Time's great light will cast a pall. 2 times too many. Time will fall. Okay, so I do just shine a bunch of lights on it. Okay, good. Devising? Yes. To devise something is to create. Although, devise generally has the connotation of more mental work than physical work. To devise a plan, for example. What does it mean? I do not know. The wizard's voice is growing quiet already. Then he is gone. You stride on. Tell me more. Alright, show me this clue. The Serpent of Time's weakness in a riddle. Okay. It means the writers are trying too hard. The writers sure are trying. Steve Jackson, absolutely, writing things. You follow the old road. The moon is climbing the sky. The road passes between the pillars of a ruined stone gate, and then opens out into a wide plaza of low ruins. The pillars were maybe once carved. One is set with what looks like a jaguar, the other some kind of winged goat. Perhaps this place was once walled? But there is nothing here now. The pillars are covered in patches of a green moss. Oh, that's different than yellow moss. Is it dangerous? You don't like cold? I understand. You collect a handful of the moss. It is wet and pungent, despite the arid air. Suspicious. You put your nose into the moss and smell, and are all but overwhelmed by the tangy, rank aroma of cat urine. That doesn't sound like a thing I want to put in my mouth. Then again, let it never be said that I was slave to good decisions. You pop the moss into mouth and chew. A moment later, you are gagging and choking. This moss is foul and disgusting, with a flavor like rotting meat. You spit the moss out on the ground. All right, then. Door frames jut from the unforgiving sands. Windows stare like dead eyes from buildings molded into the rising cliff itself. This place must have been magnificent once, but now even the specters must have been shredded by the wind. The silent city echoes to the sound of your footsteps on the road. You are aware that you are headed away from Zaman and not towards it, but perhaps the ruins of this place will have something to aid you. I'll enter the city. You follow the outline of a street into the first of several open plazas. It seems this was once a city, hewn in vertical layers into the northern cliff face itself. Now, it's as though a great clawed creature has scratched it from existence. A few dwellings remain, but most are broken piles. Only one structure remains standing, a tower that rises somewhere to the west. The moon gazes down impassively. The foul flavor of the moss from the gate has still not quite left your mouth. Wow! Continuing After Effects! Wild. Let's explore the ruins. I like exploring the ruins. The first thing you hear is chewing cat urine moss. Well, I'm surprised that you weren't immediately like, eat the moss thingy. Not eating things is not your brand, Quiditator. The ruins of the city are quite extensive. Whatever happened here, it scooped away great sections of the city, as though the streets were raked by gigantic claws. It reminds you of the ruined giant's town you explored back in the hills, just as empty and dead. The grandest houses are those near the cliff face. Further from the slope, the dwellings become smaller and less remains. I see. Lots of different kind of cities. You have minimum standards and cat urine smells incredibly awful. Oh, that's accurate. That's accurate. Oh, the magic... he just left at some point. He just ran away. Like, he didn't want to go into Kare with us, I think. You walk through the ruins of the buildings that spread across the floor of the valley. One seems to be a large warehouse, though whatever was stored here has been taken by the winds long ago. You pick your way over a low wall and through the shattered outline of a family home. A vague depression in one corner indicates an old fire pit. You scratch in the dirt of the fire pit for a time, but find nothing beyond a few shards of broken pottery. You leave the old house by what was once the doorway. Scratched on the doorstep is a chiseled mark, perhaps a drawing of some kind. You squat to examine the marks. Perhaps they were once more detailed, and are almost worn away by the scouring dust. A cat, large and striped, is curled up into a ring for warmth. Oh, big kitty. Can we yap at the kitty? Yeah, the guy was a jerk. Freely admitted. I cannot yap with the kitty? Alright, let's sus then. What else would I cast? How and hot? We could throw fireballs at the kitty. That doesn't sound like fun. There is no D-spell? Why? And if... hello? Oh no, I clicked the wrong thing. Farsight. Not really. Alright, I'll cast Sus. I can cast Sus, therefore I will cast Sus. You gather the constellations into order around you, and a quiet voice speaks into your thoughts. The voice tells you that the city is now empty, though not entirely without its dangers, particularly in the upper half of the city. With that, the spell fades. There's nothing more to be done. You loop through another house, but find nothing. These streets have been reduced to mere marks in the dust. There are no signs left to tell you what happened here, and nothing more to be discovered. The moon sets. More stars appear. Alright, let's see what's dangerous. I like danger. You head up towards the cliff face, you head upwards towards the cliff face, jumping over cracks in the ground and then clambering from the roof of one building into the gaping doorway of the next. Mosaics in the floor and painted walls speak of great wealth, but their patterns can no longer be discerned. Obviously search closely. You search every corner and look through every window and crack, but you find nothing. It seems that when whoever lived here left, they took everything they could carry with them. It is in fact Sunday, Icarus. You search, where are we? On the highest street above the city, you find a house, perhaps the grandest so far, whose stones are daubed in bright red paint. Is it blood? Is it blood? You look inside the walls of the red-painted house. Nothing remains, of course, just the outlines and the stone of a small room with a fire pit at the back. Something white lies in the hearth, perhaps the remains of something long since burned? Or something dangerous that's going to attack me. You go over to the fireplace and look at first like discarded dice turn out to be a set of teeth. You turn them over in your hands, trying to place what creature they're from. Goblin? No. They're curved and cruel. They lack the rough edges of a goblin's tooth. Ape? No. Ape teeth are like human teeth, only larger. These are sharp and curved. Then it strikes you that they resemble nothing so much as cat's teeth. only they are each the size of your thumb. They're most likely teeth from the snaticats of the forest to the west. I'll take them. You place them into your pack. Perhaps they'll be useful to you at some point. You continue along the curving street until you pass a large doorway in the surprisingly intact ruins of a hall. Lying in the doorway is what looks like a massive, oversized finger. What? This feels like a trap. But I can't just ignore it. I mean, I could just ignore it. But I can't just ignore it. A dead giant, perhaps? If so, you might be able to acquire a few more precious teeth to add to your collection. You follow the line of the finger inside the building, along the length of an arm that disappears under a pile of rubble and stones. Okay. You go over to the rubble and begin to haul it away. Once you've cleared a few rocks, you begin to see the first wisps of thick hair from the giant's beard underneath the stone. If he is in fact dead, he cannot have died too long ago. I think I will let a sleeping giant lie for once in my goddamn life. Perhaps he's in fact only sleeping. You hurry on, not wanting to disturb him if so. Your loop of the upper city is finished. The cold night lingers on. To the tower! Can we rest here? You follow the line of a broken street until you reach the base of the tower. Somehow, amidst all the leveled buildings, its walls stand firm. Explored the city of Tinpang, walked on the ancient Backlands Bridge, and found one new clue. The door opens easily. Good. I guess we're not resting. Oh well. The inside of the tower is much like the others you've seen, except that perhaps it was once decorated. The walls are hung with rotten strings, and are set with empty candle brackets. Oh, we can sleep. Okay, good. I'll eat. Whatever. You settle down in the quiet of the tower. You have not yet eaten today. You eat a joint of roasted meat, feeling much better for it. Then you stretch out and rest. You seem left alone here, and your night is untroubled by dreams. Good. Up we go! The tower bears another brass cylinder, similar to the last. From here, the plan of the old city is quite clear. Winding streets and blocks leading towards and then up the cliff face. Though it has all been scrubbed clear, the stain of human habitation still remains. Activate the beacon! The tower seems to be broken. You're forced to give it a kick before the beam begins to shine. Well, I could do stuff here. I could shine here. I mean, eventually, I want to shine on the snake, right? So we have multiple things shining on the snake. And of course, if I shine on the snake, this other the water serpent, it disappears. I think for now, I want this to be real. It seems incredible that anyone should have built these towers with their curious lanterns. Indeed, you cannot help but wonder what these towers did originally. What appeared in the land beneath the beam when the land was everywhere lush and green? Where the light touches you, you feel suddenly much better. Looking out across the city, it seems you can see two time periods at once, one fitting on top of the other. But it's impossible to tell which is true and which is the mask. You watch a child running down a street, only to turn the corner and disappear. You watch a dog spring into existence mid-leap. A building throws yellow smoke into the air, but when the smoke clears, the building is ruined and broken. You cannot tear your eyes away. Every time the streets clear or a building falls, you feel your anger towards the Archmage rising. The desolation here is complete. The people you see are both still alive and already long destroyed. Alright, teleport. adjust this beam. So I think we can cover the entire city over there from here. I think that's what I want to do here. I mean, we could also shine it on the snake, right? And we will eventually. That is eventually going to be our goal. But for now, the city. Now let's go see what the alive city looks like. Good enough. You head off into the city once more. A few clouds turn in the sky. The streets are suddenly alive with activity. People roam the streets, calling to one another and talking. Musicians stand on street corners, playing lively jigs to passers-by. A nearby building pumps yellow-tinged smoke into the air. You make your way along the busy, bustling streets, marveling at all the people. It is a thriving hub, and out here in the depths of the Backlands. Knowledge of such a city has been long lost. It's never been mentioned in Analand. You approach the smoking building. From inside, there comes a cacophony of sound, crashing and booming as though a rock demon was inside, fighting against its chains. Not, like, thrashing out some sick licks on a guitar. You continue to listen, making out the sound of hammering and grinding above the echoes. This building must extend backwards into the mountainside and be an enormous cavern of activity. Perhaps it is a mine. You turn about as a small boy grabs your arm. "Are you supposed to be inside?" he asks. "No, I'm merely passing by." The boy nods, and his manner becomes cold. "The mine is not open to visitors by command of the Archmage. Please move on." He bars the doorway with his tiny body. "What's inside?" you ask. The boy shakes his head, refusing to reply. "Okay." The boy waits, watching, until you have turned a corner out of sight. Fascinating. What could he have done to stop me? What if I had said yes? Of course I belong here. Let's just go inside. You move to push open the heavy wooden door when a small boy grabs your arm. "Yes, of course I'm supposed to be inside." "I thought so," he answers. "You're the overseer from Mompang. You can always tell a sorcerer. Their eyes are rotten. Follow me." This boy talks well above his age, and acts that way as well. He throws open the door and beckons to you. You step inside the hot, smoky interior. Something real is happening. The inside of the factory is filled with a smoky yellow haze. About 100 people are working away at workbenches. The sound of hammer strikes echo around the chamber. You look over one of the benches. It is piled high with chunks of stone. A few of the workers sort them by some criteria you cannot guess. Those they select are slid across the bench to a hammerer. The rejected rocks seem to simply disappear. In fact, it is not the rock which disappears, but the worker doing the sorting as well. They seem to flicker, reappearing a heartbeat later with empty arms or fresh stone. The boy you followed inside disappears into the murk. You approach a worker. "Greetings," you declare. The creature promptly vanishes and reappears at another bench in the shop. One of the adults tries to ease you aside. The boy rushes over to scold him, and he mumbles an apology. "Oh, really? Huh. Try talking to another, I guess? I don't know. Weird." You try talking to another worker, but they also ignore you. It seems they are very focused on their work. Perhaps they are punished most dreadfully if they do not produce enough. The boy reappears at your side. "Please," he says, indicating the door. "You are distracting the workers." He moves you towards the door. I'm hesitant to ask questions, because I feel like that might out me as someone who's not supposed to be here. But, I want to know what the answer is, I guess? "But how do they work so quickly?" you ask. The boy beams with obvious delight. You are pleased with our progress. I am glad. We'll deliver the quantities required soon. Please. The boy opens the door and holds it ajar. You've seen enough. You step back out onto the street. Looking back, you notice for the first time the roof of the warehouse, sloping, but with several wooden beams that lean outwards, like open arms lifting to the sky. You gasp. The whole building appears to be a grimalkin, like those you saw as an apprentice. Magical constructions which gather magic the way a funnel gathers rainwater. Surely not. No one could construct a grimalkin on such a scale. It seems impossible. Lost in thought, you wander the streets. Huh. That was remarkably low impact, actually. Interesting. You follow the winding, climbing, stepped streets into the upper reaches of the city. Low hovels and clustered dwellings are replaced by larger buildings. Mansions, palaces, and central offices. You pass a familiar building daubed in red paint with 2 doors. Oh. Above one door is a sign with a picture of a fanged tooth. Above the other is a metal implement that looks like a small pair of tongs. Open the toothed door. You open the door to find it leads into a wide hall, which the other door also opens onto. In a large chair at one end sits a man with a tight-fitting leather cap. On a low table at his elbow rests an array of metal implements. He stands as you enter. Okay. Weird. Weird. Everything is weird. What is this place? Greetings, declares the merchant. Are you here to buy or to sell? A strange question, since there appears to be nothing on sale. Unless the goods are all behind the curtain that covers the back wall. What is your trade? You asked, puzzled. He seemed surprised. You didn't see the sign? But I see nothing on sale. My wares are sufficiently valuable, he purrs, that I keep them out of sight, as you might imagine. He shuffles a few documents on a low table by his arm. But do I take it, then, that you are simply not in the market for teeth? I have many teeth. Teeth! I think I don't want to do just... I think I don't want to be like... I think I don't want to make it obvious that I am confused. What kinds do you sell? I have a few rarities in my possession today. A genuine firefox tooth, 2 snatacat teeth, and my prized possession, the tooth of a rock demon. How much for the snatacat? Snatacat teeth are very valuable, he replies. 10 gold pieces each. No, thank you. You decide against it. You are clearly no great magician, he agrees. How dare you? How much for the rock demon? Ah, he replies with a gleam. You are a man of taste, I see. Squicks! He snaps his fingers, and a stooped figure appears from the back, carrying an enormous crystal rock. It is clearly extremely heavy. In perfect condition, as you see, the man replies. Virtually flawless. Yours for a mere 32 gold pieces. That's way too much. Too much is the price my servant paid in getting it, the merchant replies. You will have to believe me on that, as the poor woman is no longer here to demonstrate her injuries. You look it over. The tooth shape is indistinct, ridges and whorls in a crystal cube, but the sense of magic surrounding it is palpable. You politely decline. It's still too much for me. You close your pack and your money pouch. He shrugs, clearly having already marked you for not a big spender. I have something perhaps to sell. Excellent. He leans forward keenly. Your own teeth or those of others? You would buy my teeth? Indeed I would. The man peers closely at you and then nods. One of your molars, perhaps? A molar from good stock is always a precious commodity. My teeth are not for sale. Let's not bandy words about here on this issue. You are not obtaining my teeth without a significant amount of work from your end. I have creatures' teeth to sell, you tell him. And from what creature, he asks. Giant. He considers a moment. Rare, but not so rare. 3 gold pieces each, but I will only buy 2. 3 gold pieces isn't worth it. But the Snatacat teeth... His eyes light up. A most useful tooth indeed, he exclaims. And very hard to come by. I will give you 8 gold pieces per tooth. I hope that is acceptable. Considering that he's selling them for 10, I think that's alright. I'm not gonna, like, push for 9 or anything like that. I feel like I feel like I can give him that much profit from it. I apparently have 3 Snatacat teeth on me. Confirm. Magical items? Other items? 3 Snatakat's teeth. Okay. Yeah, I can sell 2 of them and keep 1 of them. Give me 16 gold pieces. You take out 2 teeth and hand them over. The merchant whistles for a lackey, who takes them into the back room, and returns with 16 gold pieces. Yo, we got money. No more? He asks. You close your pack. I have nothing more to offer you. I could now buy the Rock Demon's Tooth, if I really wanted a Rock Demon's Tooth on hand. I'm actually thinking about it, because I feel like Zob, like Yob or Gob, might require specific teeth to function. God, I'm super curious. Well, heck, let's do it. You count out your money, but the merchant catches your hand. Please, before you part with your gold, are you sure carrying such a large item can be most inconvenient? How inconvenient? It's very big and very heavy, he assures you. Most tiring. I know where I'm going. That does not trouble me. Very well. Taking your gold, he gestures for Squix to place the tooth into your arms. You see his point as soon as Squix steps back. It is enormously heavy, and though it will fit in your pack, it will wear you out considerably to be carrying around. Smiling through gritted teeth, you place the rock into your pack, and then quickly adjust your stance to avoid toppling over backwards. The merchant nods. I wish you well with it. Good enough for now. You peruse his stock once more, but do not find anything more to buy. There's nothing more to do here. With a final nod to the man, you return to the street. You move along. The streets are quieter here, with fewer passers-by. But there are still no guards, no soldiers, no priests, no children playing. It is as though this whole city is purely a place of workers and foremen. A mining town, perhaps. Oh yeah, my max stamina reduced, didn't it? Interesting. Push your way through the thronging streets to the base of the tower. Pause to pray. What does this do? Nothing? Why would I do that? There is no aid the spirit might give you now. So let's not waste it. Move on. Go, go, gadget teleporter! Buy a browser tooth. Alright, I do want to adjust this beam. think I want this to be in the past. I think I want this to be in the past. Because I think this is where we cast Zob before. Or tried to, anyway. You are walking through boggy marshland. The evening is drawing in. Once more, you return to the Ring of Standing Stones. This is a big map. Oh, this was tough. Wait a minute. Where was Zob? Oh, no. Zob was before tough. Wonder if I can cast tough right now. But I still don't have the... Nope. Missing a vital item. But I do know that it requires 2 stamina, so that's cool. Where was Zob? Ragnar, where was Zob? Was it at the tower? It was before the ring. Maybe it was the tower? Maybe it was the tower. Can I Zob from here? No! It's in more than one place? Damn it! So I just have to haul this around with me until I have a chance to cast Zob? Hate it. You've only cast it like once. Where was I when I can do it? Where was I when I could do it? Oh no! And I'm still missing the thing for tough. I think I'm going to rewind and have not bought the thing. Which is the game like? It's like a D&D visual novel. I will buy a Firefox Tooth, though. Just in case the Firefox Tooth. The teeth can be broken to ignite a small flame. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Is that good? Free fire? I guess then I don't have to cast hot or pop. But that is still probably not worth the gold. I'm not gonna buy it. Alright, I will still sell my Snatacat teeth because I have creature's teeth to sell. Have 2 Snatacat teeth. We are done here. Browser teeth. Yep. Alright then. Yesterday was your birthday and you couldn't sleep. Oh no. I'm so sorry. My sympathies, nerd. Well, I hope you found some joy during your birthday, even if you are... Even if anxiety is getting the better of you. Good. You stop in a plaza. A woman passes by, wearing a wrapped headscarf and carrying what looks like a basket of rocks. Greetings. I'm new in this city. She nods quickly. Then you're welcome, I'm sure. She seems in a hurry to move on. No doubt her basket is heavy. Can I carry that for you? You ask. Most assuredly not, she exclaims. I would not be doing my work if I gave it away. She takes a wary step backwards, almost stumbling under her weight. Ah, that is a bummer. I'm sorry to hear it. But of course. The Archmage sees all, she replies, and I am a most honest woman, I assure you of that. What is the name of this city? This is Tinpeng, of course, she asks, looking at you strangely. But surely, wherever you are from, you've heard of us. My home is far away, you tell her. She smiles thinly, but is clearly puzzled by your answer. We are the primary city serving the fortress, she says. We live under eternal protection. The fortress of Mompeng, you ask. Why, of course, she replies. She pulls her scarf tighter. Forgive me, but I must do my work. With that, she scurries away down the street and disappears. Fascinating. You take a turn down the narrower alleys of the city, picking your way between sleeping dogs and rubbish heaps, until suddenly a tiny hand reaches out to catch your ankle. Knew you were there, see? Groans a voice. Tell you more if you want. Who's there? You demand. No reason you should know me. You still can't see the speaker, but the tiny hand seems to emerge from a pile of rotting vegetables. Whoop, that's not what I wanted. Crap! What are you doing in there? I see you, I see you, the voice replies cheerfully. For 1 gold piece, I'll tell your fortune. How's that? I make my own fortune. No, okay. If you're an actual fortune teller, I'll, yeah, whatever. What's 1 gold piece? I'm a flush. You toss a gold piece into the pile of garbage, and the voice makes a noise which sounds like swallowing. Then all falls quiet. There, I see it now, the voice declares finally. I see a ball of flame, lit near the still sleeping cat. What does it mean? I have no idea, the voice replies. But understand this, I'm never wrong. Rarely, at least. Okay, then. A ball of flame lit near the still sleeping cat. We did see a sleeping cat in one of the places in the present city, the ruined city. I think we've done everything we want to do here. You leave the city by the old road. Heat beats down from an empty sky. The road passes under a large stone arch. I was hoping we'd find more information about the serpents here, but that seems rather unlikely. The pillars you saw earlier have built themselves up into an arch, which spans the road, casting a deep shadow as you walk through. Carved into the lintel stones in the old hand are 2 pictograms. Excuse me. I guess we read the pictograms. The first symbol is for metal. The second is for pain. This, it proclaims, is the city of Tinpeng, a city of miners. Oh. Well, then. And this city, this door, this hut here, doesn't exist in the past, I guess. That's a shame. So no information to be gained there. Even though in the present there was also no information to be gained. So totally useless. Totally useless. Alright. I guess we'll head down here and see if anybody here has anything to say. Or anything to sell. We do need some oil, right? The road curves gently as you follow it. The road seems to break and shatter as you walk. The sun begins to dip, heading towards the horizon. You continue on your journey. You continue to walk along the road. The sun is sinking. The cold wind moves between the cracked flagstones. You march onwards. The lake shore. You follow the road as it curves and bends, and finally begins to descend until it reaches for the shores of the lake. All around is hustle and bustle. The area above the shore teems with stalls and shoppers, and at the waterline, fishermen tend their boats, punting them out into the water. In the distance, you can make out a tall tower rising from one of the lake's many islands. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. It will be night soon. Stalls? I like the stalls. On the other side of the bay area from the waterfront is a line of stalls. Most sell food, grilled fish and fruit, although there is a bottle seller selling stoppered bottles. Really? Bottles of what? You stop at the bottle seller's stall. He has shelves and shelves of bottles, of all different shapes and sizes and colors. A few are filled, but most are empty. You greet the bottle seller. "Tell me about bottles, bottle seller." "Bottle seller, I require your strongest bottles." "You have a lot of bottles here," you remark. The bottle seller smiles. "You cannot handle my strongest bottles." "It is not my passion, if that is what you mean, but I am very, very good at making bottles, as you can see." Alright, what about the filled bottles? Holy water! Yo! You scan over the filled bottles. Most seem to contain nothing but colored water, and are probably filled simply to show off the craftsmanship of the glass. But a rack at the front appears to contain Blimberry Potion, and the row behind is labeled Holy Water from the Temple of the Mule. How much does holy water cost? I see. Holy water is most valuable, the hawker says. An excellent wedding present, for example, and good for magic, hence the high craftsmanship of the glass. 10 gold pieces. That's very expensive, sir. It's not entirely the cost of the liquid, he answers. The bottle is highest quality as well. Oh, well then, if it's a quality bottle. Yeah, I'll buy one, I guess. That leaves me with not enough money for, the Rock Demon's Tooth. If I do eventually figure out where I can actually cast the spell. Worrisome. Suppose under the worst case, I can always sell some more teeth. Maybe I could even sell a molar. Sure, I'll buy a thing. I'll take one, you tell him. He hands it over carefully. Be careful of the glass, he says. What about empty bottles? You look over the man's collection of empty bottles. They come in every size, from that of your thumb up to tankards as large as your thigh. Big bottles. There are thin bottles and portly bottles, and bottles in every shade of colored glass. Some twist and corkscrew, some are delicately fluted. Most are very well made indeed. And singularly useless. Farewell. Fruit seller? You greet the fruit seller, who waves his hand across the selection. 1 apple, 2 gold pieces, he declares. Finest Zanzuno apples! 2 gold pieces for a ration is a fair deal. I'll buy some apples, you tell the hawker. He nods. How many? Are you excited? TBC's gonna come out, and then we can actually follow the saga of the fruit vendor. It'll be great. I'll buy one. Buy 2? Buy 2. That's 4 gold to you, the man replies, accepting your coins. You put the fruit into your pack. Alright, what about fishmonger? The fishmonger is a large woman who wields an enormous cleaver. I'll chop it and grill it for you, she announces, staring you threateningly in the eye. 4 gold pieces per head. Nope, I'm good. Thank you. You move away from the stall. The sun is almost set, and the sky has turned a deep purple. Soon it will be dark. That's probably true. Will I buy a herring? I will not buy a herring. Can I get to this island? Let's visit the shore. Blow the whistle? Fascinating. You walk down to the shoreline. The water looks clean and inviting, though it is almost certainly freezing cold. In the far distant, boats punt this way and that between scattered islands. You take out the whistle and blow it, but nothing happens. Presumably there is no ferryman here, at least not in this time. Oh, Okay, so in the present, there is a ferryman. Swim across the lake and no. No, sir, I am not ready to fight a dragon. Especially because I don't have the whatever thing the oil dragon is weak to. Let's step away from the water. You turn back to the waterline towards the bustling waterfront area. Darkness closes in. You should try to find a suitable spot to sleep, especially after so much going on in an empty stomach. The stallholders and fishermen pack away, departing the shoreline in all directions and disappearing from view as they leave the light from the distant beacon. Soon, you are quite alone. Without any thought to the smell, you dig through one of the nearby piles of fish heads, scales, bones, and other body bits from the day's catches. At the bottom of the heap, you find a single gold piece, which hardly seems worth the smell and oil that now covers your fingers. Oil? You walk down to the edge of the water and look out southwards. The surface is almost mirror flat, the reflection of the moon broken by only the occasional ripple. Familiar stars seem to lie on the ground, their patterns visible to all. A few things growl in the bushes near the shoreline. Stars? The stars on the water are laid out like a chart, but a chart in reverse. Looking at them like this reminds you of what Elthera said, of spells having opposites. In the water, constellations you recognize above become others below. Really? You glance across the water, identifying the reflection of the stars of the Zap spell. In the water, the constellation of Zen is formed. Perhaps the spell of lightning is negated by that of levitation. That seems useful. Law, sus, and also the reverse. That means Zen is countered by Zap. Something counters sus? That's interesting. I can only gain so many of them. Next, you find the image of the Gum spell, whose stars form the shape of the Zip spell. It would seem the magic of gluing counters the pattern of teleportation. Ha! I guess we fightin'. Closer to the shoreline lie the stars of the Gak spell. The new shape matches the Sus spell. Incredible. The spell of suspicion is countered by that of fear. Suddenly, the waters smash open as an enormous creature bursts up from below. It has 3 racks of nightmarish teeth, and they are open and coming your way. Throw my sword at it? Are you kidding me? Let's just shoot it. I could zap it. I could yap at it. Oh, that's really funny. Are you kidding me? Pulling out the green wig, you wear it and cast the spell. A moment later, the fish's thrashings turned into clear words in your head. Come on, it mutters. Step into the water where I can taste you. Step in, the water is warm. I am your friend. Step in. Where I can taste you? Ugh. I will not come closer, you reply, in a language formed of the slapping of your boots against the sandy shore. The fish freezes in its tracks. It speaks, it mutters. It cannot speak. It is a mere insect. Insects do not speak. I speak. Then come closer, so we may truly talk, replies the fish, clearly curious as to how this conversation might proceed. I will not step into the water. The fish turns in a circle of consternation. Oh, please, it tries. Please. What? Why is this a repeated line? Why can it... This is dumb. This is real dumb. Well, I'm gonna rewind anyway, because I want to ask it a question. So I might as well see what step in actually does. Okay. The wig falls from your scalp. It has bitten away your legs. Yeah, okay. So we're rewinding here. Call out for a boat. Blow the whistle. Step away from the water. Look through the rubbish piles. That was worthwhile. Wow, this is a long thing. Okay. Now look across the water. Look at the stars! Let's find law. Mag counters law. Oh, interesting. And then zap we want to know the counterspell for. And then fix. We know that sus is countered by... What is sus countered by? He said gack. Gack counters sus. And gum is countered by by zip. The spell of pathfinding is countered by that of attachment. Okay. What else can I cast here besides yap? We can cast gum. I could try and make it afraid of me. Except I don't have the thing. We can... Yes, we already know that we can yap. And I could zap it if I wanted. Alright, we're gonna try talking to it again. I know of many serpents. They live in the lake. I will show you. Come with me. I will not step into the water. Alright, well, we're taking off the wig. You take off the wig. You've heard enough. It is clear this creature cannot harm you if you stay out of the lake. After a few minutes of gnashing its teeth at you, it flicks its tail and disappears below once more. All is still. Wow. Okay. I guess we'll find somewhere to rest. Looking across the water, you have a strong sense of how far you still have to go. You cannot hope to swim across. So there is no progress to be made now. In a boat? That's cool. Should I eat something? You find a sculling boat tied up by the shore, filled with several hemp blankets, and you clamber in. That's fine. You close your eyes and let your tiredness overtake you. You feel quite safe here, and you do not dream. You are awoken by a gentle rocking motion to find yourself not where you expected to be. Huh. Maybe sleeping in a boat, not a good idea. Nope. Nope. Not worth it. Oh, I'm still here again? Okay, step away from the water. Look through the rubbish piles for the free gold. Look across the water. Look at the stars. Countering zap is a good idea. Countering gum is a good idea. Sus, sure. Wait for it to approach. You wait on the shoreline, sword ready for the creature's approach. Is this one of the serpents? The great mouth rears up from the water. Teeth upon teeth shimmer in the moonlight, but it is too far away to swing your sword at. Teeth? Can I steal its teeth? What spells do I have access to here? Can I zap it? I think I could zap it, right? Yapping at it definitely did me no good. I can dim? Cause stupidity? I don't think it's that smart already. Let's zap it. You cast the spell, building up a charge of electrical energy around your palm. Then you fire the bolt into the water. There is a terrible crackling, and then the fish floats to the surface, its flesh gently smoking. You wait for the last flickers of lightning to fade, then stride into the shadows and cut away some of the fish with your longsword. It is meaty, succulent, and only slightly burnt. The fish meat is smoked enough that it should keep for a few days. You cut away 2 meals worth and store them. You leave the rest of the smoking body of the gigantic fish to bob away on the lake's current. Well, that's worth it. Find somewhere to rest, not in a boat. You find an open market stall and lie down under the shelter of its canopied roof. It smells of fish, but the walls should keep any animals at bay. Laying your pack down on the shore of the lake, you try to rest despite the strange noises that float across the landscape. At least you've eaten well already. The sun rises, bringing with it chatter and excitement as stallholders and fishermen begin to gather at the shoreline. The early morning sun makes the air glow. Swim! No. No, sir. No swimming. So what am I actually doing then? I want to have oil. If I go back to the stalls, there's still not going to be anything interesting there, right? You return to the stalls to browse further. And I'm pretty good on rations. Swim exclamation mark. Mega dangerous. Do we want to rearrange the towers? How do we want to rearrange the towers? I'm not actually sure what my plan is right now. Well, I feel like we really don't have that much information. And there's also lots of serpents that we just haven't seen, right? Or have no information about at all. So we killed Moon. We know that water, time, and fire exist, and air. So that's 5. Which means there's 2 serpents we have literal 0 information about. We have knowledge about 4 weaknesses. We don't know where the air serpent is, although we have information about its weakness. Water, fire, air, time. Moon is already dead. And yeah, there's 2 more serpents that we have no information about at all. And the water serpent's weakness is oil. Where do we find oil? None of these things are oil. None of these things are oil. I could just drink holy water? Wow. That'd be a waste of 10 gold. It would seem like fish oil would be relatively easy to acquire. Holy and blessed, why wouldn't you do it? Because it's a waste of 10 gold. I really don't feel like it. So I guess we turn this tower and try and call for the boatman to take us to the other tower? Or to here or something? Turn into a holy hand grenade? Given the opportunity. That sounds delightful. There's also, like, over here is probably where the Earth Serpent appears. Oh, Earth Serpent. We know about Earth Serpent. So, 6. So, there's still one Serpent we don't know anything about. We know that an Earth Serpent exists, and we have some ideas as to where it'll find us, but we also don't know anything about how to fight it. So that's a little rough. We know Time Serpent is weak against time. We know water is weak against oil. And then we have this weird chain of, like, moon is weak against fire, and fire is weak against sand, which is earth. So what would earth be weak against? Moon? What would that even look like? And then we know that air is vulnerable when it's a gas. Wherever air is. However we fight air. It probably we have to walk around some more in the Clutterback steppes and hope for that. It is a reasonable suspicion that the storm that we got caught in was actually the air serpent. And had we gone out and fought it, we could have fought it then. But we didn't. Although I suppose we could now. Like, go back and run around until another storm hits or something. Wouldn't time be a weakness to time? Interesting time distortion patterns. I mean, there's this one here, right? Which is distorted in this particular way because this is the path that the serpent took to get there. Everything else is this initial pattern, which unlocked the tower. And then all the rest of the distortions are due to the presence of the tower beams. So, like, it's all accounted for. We know why everything is what it is. Although maybe not why this is what it is. Unless that's part of the snake path. I mean, yes, we know explicitly that time is the weakness to time. I'm pretty sure the clues that we were given means that we need to shine all of the lights onto the time serpent's island, and then fight it when it is caged in by multiple lights. So that's, like, not too far of a stretch. Alright, so I think the plan then is not to fight the water serpent yet. But, to turn the tower away from this area so that we can call the boatman. Yep, following the road up to north. We're going to go to the tower again. You leave the shore for an old road across the plains. The day is likely to be clear, and it will be hot once more. Looking northwards, you can see the northern reaches of the Zanzunu Peaks. Somewhere there lie the ruins of the ancient city of Tinpang, once filled with the Archmage's most devout followers. Yeah, we know where the city is. Into the city we go. Over to the tower, because we've done everything else in the city. Problem persists in that directing the island's tower to the serpent. I don't think that's a problem. The islands are easy. The towers are easy to manipulate. So let us adjust the beam. I don't know what we're doing with it. We're just adjusting it. Is there anything in particular that I feel like I want to shine this on? I guess we'll just leave this on the serpent, because I don't think there's anything else I want to do with it. Which seems fine. Away from the tower! Oh, actually, real quick, top of the tower. Let's readjust this. And then teleport. Because the city doesn't need to be lit up right now. So let's focus even further on this stupid serpent. And then head out. The sun is dropping down to the west. The silence of the city is a sudden shock once more. All the people you saw earlier, all have disappeared, like sunlight behind the crowd. The carved cat. Yo, that's right. They mentioned fire for the cat. Okay. You find your way back to the house with the carving of the cat upon its doorstep. It is a shattered wreck amongst shattered wrecks. More like an architect's sketch than a true building. I see. So, do we just cast Hot at it? I think we just cast Hot. I guess if I had a Firefox tooth, that would work as well. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, summoning a fireball in your palm. The firelight gleams and flickers on the old stone walls, showing up the deep crevices and scoured stones. Every wall looks as though it was scraped by long, clawed nails. The firelight also gleams off something green trapped in a crack of stone. Check it out. Yes, Ragnar. You go closer, pushing away the dirt with your fingertips, to uncover a gold jewel, jammed between two stones. Perhaps it fell here, or perhaps someone wished to hide it. Ah, it's a second jewel of gold. In case we had not already found the ability to become God. So this would have been totally worth it had we needed it. We didn't need it, but, money well spent to the little fortune teller. You set to work with your fingertips to dig the treasure free. It's tiresome work, but eventually it comes loose. You cannot quite believe your eyes. The jewel is an ingot of solid, smoothly worked gold. It is likely to be both valuable and useful in spellcasting. A clever find indeed. The fireball finally gutters and goes out with a pop. You move away from the building with a carved step. Another night begins. You need to rest, especially after walking all day without food. This is not a place to linger. It's alright, we'll linger by the boats. The road begins to bustle with people who seem to emerge through the dust and mist and rumble past in their carts. Of all the strange things you have seen out in the wastes, this is the strangest. These people come from nowhere and go nowhere, and the same travelers pass by again and again, waving the same greetings down to you. You stride on through the crowds. After a few minutes, you encounter a small girl, sitting on her own and staring into the distance. Absolutely talk to her. You go over to her and squat down on your ankles. Greetings, little girl, you begin. The girl looks up at you sharply. You're in the wrong place, she says. Aren't you? In a manner of speaking, yes, you tell her. I can see it, she says. Nobody else seems to notice, but I can see it. What can you see? I think it must be a curse, she replies, thoughtfully. Adults are so forgetful. They forget everything. I don't understand. Ooh. She points up the road towards the great stone arch at the entrance to the city. When did they rebuild that? She asks. Oh, man. Huh. So, she is as unstuck from time as I am. Interesting. I have seen that arch broken, you tell her. She nods. I knew it. Didn't I say? You're in the wrong place. I could tell by the way you were looking at people. Are you the one that stole my parents? Nope. Who stole your parents? Uh-oh. She shakes her head, then stands abruptly, hitting you. I think you are. I can tell you are. No one else can see it, but you can. It was you, and I want them back. With that, she rushes away and is quickly lost in the strange mists. All is quiet once more. Wow. Well, bummer for her, I suppose. You follow the road downhill to the lakeshore. Looking out across the vast expanse of still water, which stretches to the horizon, your resolve grows. How can you cross? There are no signs of either people or boats. The far shore is lost in darkness. Walk along the shoreline. Ooh, I do like sand. Always like sand. I mostly use Chrome, although I use Firefox for specific purposes. In the distance over the water, a few bird-like creatures turn in the sky. Walk the other way. You go back and try the other way. Again, you come across nothing that might help you get across. You might as well camp here for the night, and make your plans in the morning. Removing your pack on the shore of the lake, you try to settle despite the cold. You've eaten nothing today. I don't think I need to. 19 to 22 is pretty good. We'll just sleep. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You dream you are trapped in a low straw hut, its door sealed with bolts made of bones. A small fire is burning in one corner, but quickly spreads until you're surrounded by flame. You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat. And you wake up to find a ball of fire raging mere inches from you. What? Oh. Hey, we found a firefox. Can my character die of hunger? Not that I know of. The fire does not seem to be fueled. It is a ball about 3 feet wide, gushing with smoke and steam. A moment later it unravels, uncurling into a long animal form. It's a firefox, and it's coming for your neck in a blaze of fur and fire. Cast a spell! Can I yap at it? Is that going to be helpful? It's probably not going to be helpful, but I want to do it anyway. Oh, I can't. I could rock it. Or I could make my sword razor sharp. I could throw a... Something tells me I do not want to throw a fireball at the firefox. I could make myself a walk shield. Or cause bad smells. Or I could fog. I haven't done that before. I don't think I can do that here. It's not... needs to be in an enclosed room, right? Fog only works in a closed room. I'm kind of curious. I've never cast the spell, and I feel like I want to try it. Yep, it only works in a closed room. Okay, then it is upon you. All right, well, let's battle. What's up, Firefox? I made a good play. The Firefox paces the earth before you, sparks of fire flashing across its fur. Driven by fear, you charge headlong. It rushes you, balling up and igniting as it flies through the air, only to skewer itself on your blade. It twists and writhes. It limps back, bleeding heavily. Dark blue flames gutter between clumps of ragged fur. The monster crouches down and snarls. What does snarls mean? Yeah. Oh, apparently not. Apparently that was wrong. You put all your might into a sweep of your sword, hoping to finish the creature in a stroke. The blow catches the firefox as it dodges back. As the firefox grows weaker, its eyes grow redder, but its fur begins to turn ash gray. The Firefox eyes flash a deep and hot red. Big defends! Oh my god. Cannot defend. I am badly burned. Seems bad. No tell. Alright, big hits. Nope, apparently not. It scratches at its fur. Mutual defense. Love it. Fireflock circles you, hissing and spitting. You hold back, waiting, eyes not leaving the beast. No tells. Okay. Fur bristles with flame was a dodge last time? Was it defend? Oh, I lied. Wow, really poor. Poor results. It howls and whimpers. I don't know what that is. A defense, apparently. Drops to a crouch. That was a defense. That was not a defense. That was an attack. Terrible. Snapping its jaws. Whatever. Kill it. This was atrocious. We're going to try again. 9 stamina lost. Shameful. No kidding. Big opening hit. Snatched defeat for the jaws of victory. Yeah, no, it's a problem. This dude's a problem. No tell, we've determined, is probably a defense. You risk a lunge. The blow catches the Firefox as it dodges back. The Firefox grows weaker. This was a big attack, so we can crush the heck out of it here. I have been lied to. It scratches at its fur. Was that an attack? That was a defense. Great. Good. Good job. It howls and whimpers. If I used holy water on Squirtle. Yeah, what do I have to give the Firefox in order to make it to evolve? Howls and whimpers, is that anything? I don't know what that is. Just wreck it. Bad. Crouches low and growls is an attack. It's not an attack. Nothing is an attack. Flash a deep and hot red, that's an attack. Oh, I got wrecked. We're gonna try this again. Bristles with flame, that's probably an attack. Yep. Deep and hot red and bristles with flame are attacks. Everything else seems to be a defense or a small attack. Turns about on the spot is a small attack. Okay, try that again. We're gonna do this well. It's gonna be great. What if I tie? Well, we didn't tie there. Crouches down and snarls was defense, right? Good. Scratches at its fur, also defense. Weaves and whines, snapping its jaws. I don't think I've seen that one before. So let's just attack and see if we kill it. Cool. Deep hot red is an attack. I don't think I can actually beat it here. But let's try. Nope. Well, I was going to take 3 damage there anyway. You howl with pain, batting at fires on the sleeves of your tunic. No kidding. The game prevents ties. Okay, it's fair. No tell. That could be anything. It could be a medium-sized attack, or it could be defense. I think no tell has been a defense previously, but I'm not positive. Ah. It's still... I can't defend, though. Seems pretty consistently at that 5, though. Crouches down and snarls is defense. No tell, so 5.1. No tell, 5.1. No tell, defend. Scratches at its fur. That's like a small attack, or not an attack. Snapping its jaws was like a medium attack? Small attack. We could do better. We just need to not be stuck in a situation where we have to defend. That's the most important thing. Is just don't be stuck in a situation where you have to defend. Crouches down and snarls is an attack. Is defense. Yep. Since we actually can't defend. This is a big attack. So beat it. And I just max here. Good. Because any hit will kill. Alright, we did it! Brute force the situation. Good job. You bring your sword about for a wild blow, and the strike catches the beast deep. The firefox collapses, and then a moment later ignites with a powerful flare. A pyre burns for a short instant, and when it fades, the creature is tight skin around bones with no flesh left. You collapse back, exhausted and scorched from the encounter. With luck, the rest of the night will be more peaceful. The creature has no possessions, of course, but it has a fine array of teeth, including 4 front fangs that seem to glow with faint heat. Yahtzee. I'll take them. With the tip of your sword, you dig out the first of the creature's fangs, but as you tug it free, the tooth cracks and suddenly erupts into flame. You drop it smartly, and the fire burns a moment longer before going out. Well, let's not crack them, right? Working more carefully this time, you manage to extract 2 more fangs without incident. The third is harder work, but you cut and tug carefully and manage to extract it successfully. You wrap the teeth in cloth and put them into your pack. They will come in useful should you need to light a fire. Then tiredness overwhelms you. Time to rest. Yep, those are all things that we did. You're not wrong. Thank you. I feel pretty good about that. Sunrise over the lake is beautiful if chilly. Now you must work out how to proceed. Thin clouds drift across the open sky above the lake. Alright, so the next move is blow the whistle, because that'll summon the boatman. But it is past midnight. So we're going to have to save that for a future stream.